Because it's hard to access, right? It's nearly impossible, I've heard.
I knew it.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. So I'm going to call this meeting to order for Wednesday, November 19th, 2025 at 10:05. And I'm going to ask Secretary Source to take roll.
Thank you, Chair. Trustee Ambrose?
Present.
Trustee Dalton?
Present.
Trustee Evans?
Here.
Trustee Espan? Here. Trustee Larios?
Here.
Trustee Jackson?
Here.
Trustee Mitchell? Trustee Perez?
Here.
Trustee Showalter?
Here.
Trustee Schwartzler?
Here.
Trustee Vu?
Here.
Trustee Winkler?
Here.
Trustee Zook? Vice Chair Nelsession?
Here.
And Chair Fasana?
Nakei-kwa, I'm here.
We have quorum.
All right, thank you, everyone. I just want to share a couple of reminders that the meeting is being live streamed, as we all know, and also a reminder to folks there will be 2 times for public comment today. So I just want to do that before I go into my welcome. It's a little bit lengthy, so thank you for giving me a few minutes today. As always, I want to welcome you back to this beautiful campus, to the ancestral homelands of my people of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. In just 3 short days, on Saturday, November 22nd, my tribe will celebrate 42 years of restoration. Each year when this day comes around, I not only rejoice in our resilience and how we rebuilt our nation, but I also reflect on our story, not only of that of our tribal nation, but of my family. Because our story is not widely known, or was never really taught in schools, I wanted to take a few minutes to share with you all today. Although our people have occupied this land since time immemorial, I'm going to begin today's story in the mid-1850s, when our story intersects with the history of Oregon statehood. In the mid-1850s, the tribes and bands of this area occupied territory from the oceans to the mountains, and from areas now designated as southern Washington into northern California. After many years of contact and conflicts, the federal government, under threat of war, negotiated treaties with the tribes to relocate them to the 61,000-acre Grand Ronde Reservation at the coast. My ancestors of the Rogue River tribe were marched 263 miles in February and March from Table Rock in southern Oregon to Grand Ronde over a 33-day span. In exchange for tribes ceding those vast territories, they were promised to be cared for on the reservation with the provision of food, housing, education, medicine, amongst many other promises. The military established Fort Yamhill to oversee the reservation, and our people were only allowed to leave the reservation with a pass that was difficult to receive. Life on these reservations, including ours, was hard, and when these promises were not upheld, many attempted to leave the reservation to hunt and forage in search of foods and medicine plants, despite the risk of being shot if they were caught without a permit. These are the stories I grew up hearing. My grandpa was born on the reservation in 1919 and was not considered a U.S. citizen until 1924, when the Indian Citizen Act was passed. Over the years, the government divided up our land and sold off a vast majority of it as surplus. Approximately 100 years after the signing of these treaties, the government broke all promises, and President Dwight D. Eisenhower signed into legislation the Western Oregon Termination Act on August 13th of 1954. The act terminated our federal status, leaving us a people without a tribe. Despite this devastating act for our tribal nation, I was fortunate enough to be raised in a family that did not allow the federal government to determine our identity or our worth. We continued to practice our cultural lifeways and preserve our identity. I was born during termination in 1972 and never knew we did not exist in the eyes of the federal government, and was fortunate to not learn about the government's attempts to erase us until I was well into my teens. I was also fortunate enough to not realize that as an Indian child, there were governmental efforts during my childhood to remove Indian children like me and my brothers and my cousins at alarming rates and place them in non-native homes, despite the fact that the government's Indian adoption project ended in 1967. It wasn't until I was 6 years old that the federal government passed an act to try and protect me and my family from such atrocities by way of the Indian Child Welfare Act. Our tribe endured nearly 30 years of termination before finally being restored on November 22nd, 1983. At the time, the tribe had a little over $2 in the tribe's bank account. So we did not get money. We did not get land. For the past 42 years, the tribe has worked to rebuild our nation, purchase back our land, and restore our membership and heal. Today, we are a thriving nation with a little more than $2 in our bank account. Our tribal members have completed over 1,200 degrees and our certificate programs since restoration, and have made significant gains in language restoration of hunting and fishing rights, land stewardship, health, and housing for our members, and our community fund has given away nearly $102 million in grant funds to communities in Oregon. You may be asking yourself, now that you've heard the story, what does tribal restoration for Grand Ronde have to do with Western Oregon University? Well, you see, WOU is the closest university to the reservation and has provided a place for tribal members, myself included, to seek a higher education. Many WOU graduates have returned to the tribe with the knowledge gained here and helped heal and rebuild our tribal nation. We currently have students here today learning and growing so they may someday give back and give us me a chance to retire. A couple of examples that I want to share with you. One of your alumni students is currently working as our education and career coach for the tribe, helping tribal members decide where they want to go to school, helping them navigate financial aid, and we currently have over 220 tribal member students attending institutions of higher education right now. We have another tribal member, my daughter, Cheyenne Height, who is also an alum here, who has helped develop over 100 lessons that are available for K-12 on our tribal website, as well as 2 early childhood units and professional development that's been delivered across the state, teaching people about the Grand Ronde tribe. She is also critical in developing curriculum for the tribe's first ever tribally operated immersion school on the reservation. And it just so happens that the first administrator of that school is also a WOU alum. So very closely connected and tied. WOU has also given me the opportunity to come back here and work with all of you and the distinct honor of being your board chair. WOU is part of our restoration story. And as I reflect on all that we have accomplished as a tribal nation, I'm extremely proud and grateful to those such as WOU who supported our efforts in ways you will probably never know. I hope that by sharing this story, you've learned something about our tribal history, and on November 22nd of each year, you'll take a moment to either share our story or at least think of us and celebrate with us in some small way. You can also choose to come out to the casino on Saturday, as we will be hosting our annual restoration powwow with grand entries at 1 and at 6. As a way of saying thank you, I brought some gifts from the Tribal Education Department that are sitting on the tables today. The first book is Indian No More. It's a middle school grade level book about a young girl who grows up on the Grand Ronde Reservation and talks about termination and relocation. The second book is Warrior Girl Unearthed, which is the middle book in a series of books, but I picked this one particularly because she addresses NAGPRA, which is the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. And there are some discussions throughout this story you might find interesting in how NAGPRA relates to universities and the artifacts and the items that they often hold. So please feel free to read, share, gift, or donate these books, and I hope you enjoy them. And hi, Masi, for giving me a little bit of time this morning to share our story. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, I made it through it. Sometimes I get a little teary-eyed. Our story is very impactful for me. We're going to move into the consent agenda. So as part of the consent agenda, you will see there are the meeting minutes and the management report. Can I call for a motion to accept the consent agenda as included in the docket materials?
I move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion's been made and seconded. Any questions, comments, discussion? Secretary Source, did you want to call for the roll?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Trustee Ambrose?
Aye.
Trustee Dalton?
Aye.
Trustee Evans?
Aye.
Trustee Espan?
Aye.
Trustee Larios?
Aye.
Trustee Jackson?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Trustee Showalter?
Aye.
Trustee Schwartzler?
Aye.
Trustee Vu?
Aye.
Trustee Winkler?
Aye.
Vice Chair Nelsestian?
Aye.
And Chair Basana?
Aye.
All right, motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Moving right along to our first public comment. Is there anyone signed up?
We'll take a look. Yeah, we need to have someone sign the second.
Okay, not the first.
No one for the first.
Okay. All right, we don't have anyone signed up for that, so we'll move right along to some stakeholder updates. And bring Katie up. There she is. morning.
Thank you, Chair Fasana and Board, for the chance to share some information with all of you. And thank you, Chair Fasana, for your remarks today. The Spirit Mountain Community Fund has been very generous to Western over the years with grants, for example, to the library when the library was being built, and more recently to Abby's House, supporting our basic needs programs. And also the Spirit Mountain Community Fund, they get a lot of requests and applications. I think right now they're only able to award about 8 to 10% of the applications that are being received. So there's a lot of need in our community, and they're really supporting those organizations that they partner with. So thank you for that, and thank you for being partners with WOU too. I wanted to share some numbers. So since our last meeting, we kind of ended one fiscal year and have started another. So I have some information for both. For the 25 fiscal year that ended on June 30th, we raised just over $3.9 million for the fiscal year, which put our campaign total to over $19 million, which was 95% of the goal. But since then, as of October 31st, we raised almost $890,000 for the fiscal year to date, which put our campaign total at $19.9 million, which is getting really, really close, 99.6% of our campaign goal. But I want to let people know we're not done. The campaign goal does go through June of 28, or the campaign, and then we still have some goals we're trying to meet. We've exceeded our $10 million goal for scholarships, and that will continue to grow as people are supporting our students through scholarship support. Student success with the building and all of our other programs is over goal as well at 111%, and those will continue to grow. Where we really need to spend some time focusing on is athletics. It's about 40% of the $5 million goal, but the big project will be to fund about $2 million for the turf field. We really do need a turf field, not just for our men's and women's soccer teams that are going to nationals, but also for all of the other teams that use that field to do their practices and drills and bringing tournaments to campus and things like that. So that will be a main focus during the next few years of the campaign. One thing I do want to share is that 30% of all gifts made through the foundation are to athletic programs. They're just lower dollar amounts. Our average gift about 9 months ago was almost $900, and average gifts to athletic programs are over $500 less than that. So we have a lot of donors giving to those programs. We just need to work on increasing the amounts people are contributing to and really focusing on some of the capital projects and needs that are in that program. You can see some of the gifts I highlighted for the last fiscal year and this year so far for some grants and estate gifts and major gifts. In addition to those, we are working on 3 six-figure gifts to scholarship endowments that will hopefully be committed and realized in the next few months. One is an estate gift. One is a donor that is wanting to do something in memory of his mother who attended OCE in the 50s. And we're just starting conversations with that individual. And then another one is a local credit union that's wanting to do something as part of our bilingual teacher scholars program. We also have other gifts in the works to other departments and programs. One in particular, a 5-figure gift from a retired faculty member who's wanting to support the library. And I want to really thank all my colleagues who are experts in their area. So Shell, Dean Batchelor, has been in those conversations with the retired faculty about the gift to the library and how it would be best utilized. The other deans have been in conversations with the bilingual teacher scholars and faculty as well about how this gift will help students and how to best structure it. So colleagues across campus have really helped with our work to make sure that these gifts are mutually beneficial to the donor and the organizations and to the university. I do want to highlight that came up quite a bit yesterday in comments from various people about support for basic needs. We have actually been working on a basic needs appeal for Giving Tuesday. And if people don't know what Giving Tuesday is, it follows the Thanksgiving holiday, which there's Black Friday, Small Business Saturday, Cyber Monday, and then Giving Tuesday was created for people to give back to philanthropic organizations that they're passionate about. So we've been working with Abby's House on a letter to support basic needs. There'll be a letter to past donors, an email, and a social media campaign for crowdfunding, similar to our Giving Day, just a smaller scale focused on basic needs to continue that there's support needed year-round for our, not just our campus community, but for the larger Monmouth Independence community. And that Giving Day, or the Giving Tuesday appeal, will also replace the silent auction that the Abby's House staff had been working on for really weeks leading up to the tree lighting and having that part of it. So it will save their office some of that staff time that was going into procuring those items and staffing that event. So we're hoping this will replace and actually grow more funds and outreach for them. We also have started an employee assistance fund, so people can contribute to an employee assistance fund because the food pantry and other resources are available to students and the community. We have student emergency funds. We have other funds that really help students, but we wanted to make sure our employees had access to support as well. So we're going to be working on growing that fund as well to help our own employees. We're also moving forward on starting planning for the Wolves auction in conjunction with athletics. So last year we had a record-breaking number, almost $225,000 raised for athletics. So we started planning a little earlier. We have some parents on the committee now who are really excited about helping their student athletes and getting the word out. So we'll hold next year's date of May 30th, 2026. We'd love to have you all there and participating. Our Wolves on the Green golf tournament was sold out. We actually had a waiting list this year and sponsors on all 18 holes, which was wonderful. So our focus next year will be to increase some of the sponsorship levels, and that will be a way to raise more funds for the programs. Kind of on the back office side with our advancement services team, our audit was completed in early October, no findings, which is very good. And last spring we had our small competitive grants program, which supports a lot of different departments across campus. We earmark about $25,000 for that every year. Last year we received 41 applications and we funded 29 grant recipients. So a lot of those programs are happening during this current academic year, and the foundation board invites those individuals to come in and talk about their projects, and we showcase some of those in our annual report as well. And we are able to grow that fund over the years as our unrestricted dollars to our fund for WOU grow. That's how we are able to support that program. And if we don't award the full $25,000 or somebody doesn't spend it, we set those aside rather than coming back to our budget. We put it into another fund where departments or faculty can apply to have support student travel. So last year we had, I think one of the music faculty had a group of students going back east to a competition. Michael Ellis had a student that was working with him going to a conference up in Seattle, working with him. So there's some different areas that we can fund to help with some of that as well. Smith Fine Arts was also mentioned yesterday, and I want to share that this is a almost 50-year-old program that was started by a faculty member for the purpose of bringing the fine arts into our community and to really grow that. Last year this year we've had a 29% increase in season ticket sales, and ticket sales are finally back to where they were prior to COVID. It took several years to kind of recoup from that. And this year we moved the first show to Welcome Week and did kind of a call out for students. And we saw 50% more students at that concert than we had seen at any concert in the last few years. So it was great to see more students participating and learning about it early on, that they'll come back and hopefully bring their friends as well. The other part of the program that we're trying to develop more is connecting with the faculty. So 2 of the shows this year are actually in conjunction with artists that our faculty know. And the concert coming up in December, the artist's name's Sharanova, but she also goes by My Brightest Diamond. She's coming a week early to work with the students, and she's actually composing a piece that the students will record with her, and then they're going to perform that. So having that collaboration with the artists and getting that professional experience with the students is wonderful. One of our other performers that has come every year is actually one of our own faculty, so Daryl Thomas, who has his Rainbow Dance Theater. Rather than performing this year, he's going to be doing our community outreach in January, and we're looking at bringing about 800 K through 8 or K through 12 students to campus to watch his performances with STEM. So that's another way to interact with them. And then the Tim Cowart is also bringing kind of artists in residence for the January dance as well. So trying to build more collaboration with the faculty and artists coming out to have that interaction with our students as well. Lots of events happening. We recently had our wonderful President's Club dinner where we can celebrate the success of giving and highlight our students. We had 20 or 25 student leaders that attended that. We're able to interact with our donors and volunteers and community members. So we're really grateful to be able to have those students there to interact with our donors, and also be able to say thank you and recognize those who are giving at high levels and who are giving consistently and regularly, and thank them. It's important for us to recognize the people that are supporting the university in a variety of ways. We have a few more events coming up. This Thursday, we have our Salem Regional Alumni and Friends event. I don't like events that are just exclusive to one area, like not just alumni, but friends. Bring our volunteers, bring our community members and our business partners and things like that. So we have almost 70 people who are coming to that event to meet our deans, our academic deans, so they can have a chance to meet our newer deans and hear what's going on in the different departments and divisions. Then 2 weeks after that, we have the annual holiday tree lighting. So that's in conjunction with the city and with student engagement. It brings thousands of people, I would say, back to campus, especially if it's not raining. We give away hot chocolate and coffee and cider. There'll be alumni beanies for the first 100 alumni that want to come out and update their information. And then we have alumni awards planned for the spring. We had 37 nominations, which is fantastic. The program used to be just recognizing one alumnus or alumna each year, and it was during graduation. So really the award recipient got to stand up and wave and not even really share remarks or bring family and friends. So we've changed that to now having more award categories and also having their own ceremony so they can bring their family and friends and we can recognize more alumni. And I think it's wonderful that we have 37 nominations to review, and we'll have a committee of alumni board members and past recipients. And Betty Comp just agreed to be on that committee as well to help select people, so that's wonderful. But I'm happy to entertain any questions.
I don't really have a question, but for the sake of, again, we have a lot of new board members, and I just wanted to sort of say how happy I am in Katie's leadership and shifting sort of the culture of philanthropy at Western, and in partnership with Maureen and Marcom as well, telling our story in better ways, putting us in front of different communities and different people. For just one small example, before I came, I don't think there was really a very, and you can rephrase this if I'm not saying it in a great way, but we did not have a good system for estate giving here. Maybe that's an understatement. there was not a lot of estate giving, and people didn't really know how to do that. And we have really improved that, and we have this year seen some large estate gifts. Also, this university only has one full scholarship for a student, which is funded through donations from Dr. Richard Woodcock. If you know who that is, his name is on our education building, and he taught here. I think his story is a very interesting story. He taught here from 1957 to 61, first job out of graduate school, and he went on to develop the Woodcock-Johnson evaluative tool in education, and he made many millions of dollars in his life, but he always had a special place for Western. It was where he began. I got to meet him one time and have dinner with him in my first year, and he talked about, much like Angela talked about, how this institution can transform people and communities, and he felt like it did that for him as a new faculty member. And so over his life, he gave this university, I think, around $7 million in one way or another. So he kept that tie and that story alive, and Katie is helping us to keep that culture moving here and tell that story in better ways. So I very much appreciate it.
Well, thank you. We have certainly been trying to have more holistic conversations with our donors. So rather than it being transactional to say, if you'd like to fund a scholarship, this is what it takes. It's, what are your goals? What would you like to accomplish? If you were considering $5,000 to do an annual scholarship, what would you consider doing $6,000 a year for 5 years and funding an endowment and having that $1,000 be awarded as your endowment's growing? So just changing the conversation and having it, more broad. And there's been estate giving happening for decades here, and one of the gifts we're realizing now, this individual set up an endowment back in 2004. So that cultivation, though, needs to then continue for 20, 30 years. And so that's where I think we need to have those changes made, of just continuing to meet with people and talk with them and keep them engaged, and finding ways for them to connect, not just with our office, but with other offices and departments across campus. Are they interested in athletics? Are they interested in education? Are they interested in basic needs? And really finding ways for them to be more engaged with the life of the university. So.
I just want to share, Katie, I want to echo what Dr. Peters was saying. With our campaign, years ago, different campaigns that we've had, they've turned stagnant. They've kind of, the foundation's gone through different, staffing and whatnot over the years, and when you came on board, just the strides that the campaign has made, and the amount and the donor engagement and cultivation is next level. And I love just sitting back and learning and having the conversations to your approach, because they work, and it shows. The numbers just show us that they work. And so great job to you and your team. I think you're a powerhouse, and it's amazing.
Thank you. Well, and I really want to give a shout out to my team and colleagues, because this is done as a group effort. It's fun to have ideas and then see them get executed. And I really want to thank too that we were able to actually, when we had a vacancy in our finance manager position, to look at our numbers and our statistics to say the last 5 years our non-gift transactions increased 150%, and our accounts payable increased substantially too, and really having that opportunity then to look at the role and let's divide these out, because then we can give more attention and improve our stewardship as well, and improve our database and improve all of that. So if we can get that back office really running even better than it's already been doing, then it will just help the front-facing folks have that information they need and the lists and things like that. For example, we sent out our fall mailings. With our 2 new deans on board, we did an introduction letter and asked for gifts to the Dean's Excellence Fund in each area. You guys know the bins that the mail comes in? We had 5 of those returned. That's how frequently alumni and friends and people move, that you have to constantly be updating information, especially with our younger alumni. People might move every year for the first 5 years. So you have to constantly keep up to date with them. So that back office is really doing a lot of work, and I give them kudos, because it's a slog sometimes. So.
I did want to echo that in addition to all the work that you are doing, and then the work that it takes to just put on the dinner that was great to showcase what you and your team have done. So I had a lot of fun and really appreciated that evening, and I know that those things also take a lot of your time. So great work for you, and share that with your team as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it when everybody comes out to things. So.
Any other questions or comments, Katie? Great. All right. Thanks again,
Thank
Katie.
you so much.
All right, Secretary Source,
All right.
are you ready for your legislative report?
I am ready for the legislative report. Can folks hear me? Yeah?
Yep.
Great. All right, so I wrote like a 9-page report. I'm not going to read the 9-page report. Y'all can read it. I'm going to do some really high-level highlights and then turn to new news that just was made this morning. So real quick, you've heard us talk a lot about budget notes and shared services studies. I want you to know that the sustainability dollars we got in 2023 from the legislature, some in leadership as well as across the campus have met with some of these, with the shared service report study folks for our initial interviews. This is going to be a year process, but that's underway, and we'll be consistently giving you all information as we get more information about it. Basically, through our conversations, it's been made clear to us, and President, please tell me if you disagree, but there's not a magic solution in shared services. We can firmly say that. There's no magic thing that this wonderful team over there and our president hasn't thought about that's going to solve all the problems at the universities. But they will be delivering a report. They're going to bring back to the president shortly basically a proposed study, and hopefully we get a finalized report by the end of the year that will have some recommendations in it for us. Budget notes. So as you remember us talking at the end of session, the legislature put in kind of a remarkable budget note. Usually budget notes are about a sentence long. This budget note was over a page long, and it asked the HEC to write a report that essentially looked at the university's spending, efficiency, and revenue strategies. Our team has been really engaged with the HEC as well as the other universities in delivering a report. We just submitted our second recommendations for edits to the HEC, and they will be presenting their final report to the HEC in December. They've asked the Oregon Public Universities to put together a panel to present basically present their perspective before they finalize the report, and so our team will be part of those conversations, and I will be happy to update you at our next trustee meeting about the results of that report. Embedded in my report is a link to the draft, so you can take a look at that if you would like, as well as the slide deck that they shared at the previous HEC meeting. As we've talked about at our retreat and a couple other places, with the big, beautiful bill passing at the federal level, that's caused a lot of financial challenges here at the state. Just alone, there was 115 different tax provisions that were a part of that bill that automatically became Oregon law, because the state of Oregon is one of 5 states in the country that automatically connects their state taxes to federal taxes. So it turned roughly a $472 million surplus that the state of Oregon had ending session in June to a $373 million deficit. That has caused a lot of conversations about budget cuts in every aspect of state government, and we're not immune to that conversation. And so President Peters, our VPFA, Wake, and the team have been working on answering questions that the HEC has about a 5% and 2.5% reductions if those were requested by the state. And so they have our recommendations. The Yesterday, at a hearing at the Capitol, they presented their version of those recommendations to the state committee, the legislative committee about it. And that basically their plan as of right now is to hold the Oregon Opportunity Grant and the tribal grants harmless in an effort to support students and kind of focus on the PUSF as where they're going to be taking their chunk of cuts out, as well as the Community College Support Fund. And, I think our job is going to be to clearly communicate to the legislature that will have massive impacts on this institution, as well as all the public institutions in the state. So we'll be asking for your participation in helping advocate to our state leaders about how those impacts will affect us. The budget subcommittee co-chairs will be presenting their final proposal of cuts to the co-chairs of the Ways and Means Committee by December 11th. And so we'll know in mid-December what those proposals going into the session will look like. I think it's important to note that those proposals won't be final until the February session. So we do have time to advocate, communicate, do our job to clearly highlight those impacts of potential budget cuts to our legislators before the February session. So I will just jump over to today, today is a budget forecast day, revenue forecast day for the state. And what the forecast said today was a mixed bag. The revenue forecast said that instead of a $373 million deficit, our deficit is down to $64 million. And that's because of stronger than anticipated growth in corporate activities as well as personal income tax in the state. What they did say is they're surprised by how robust our economy is, but don't know how long that will last, which is what they've been saying for as long as I've worked in this job. But what I will say to them is they're less concerned about a recession happening. The big question ahead is the Supreme Court decision on tariffs because of our economies. Our big industries are really sensitive to the tariffs that have been going on at the federal level. And so once that is decided, it will give, I think, forecasters will have a lot more to say. I will note there was also the caveat that because of the government shutdown, they don't have all the data they usually use for their revenue forecasts. So it was kind of an incomplete forecast. So what the legislature in the press releases that I've seen in the last 2 hours have really highlighted is it's better than we hoped for, but we still have to be really cautious. So I think it's important for you all to hear that. At the same time, we are going to get a kicker this year, $1.41 billion kicker that will be returned to the people, and that will be in rebates on your taxes, tax credits on your taxes. And that's because, as a reminder to our trustees, 2 years before, they have to predict within 2% of what total revenues the state's going to need, and that's how they calculate the kicker. So they were off less than last time. Last time they were off by over $5 billion. This time it's $1.41 billion. So that is something that's happening while we're in these budget deficits situation. I want y'all to mark your calendars for February 12th. That's going to be our University Lobby Day. University Days Lobby Day. And as a reminder for folks, in the short session, we actually do a lobby day in collaboration with all the other universities. So this will be our 7 institutions all actively advocating in one day together. Our goal is to turn out roughly 250 people as all 7 institutions for that day. And there's a team of folks across the 7 institutions working on planning that. So we're gonna start getting advertising out. A sign-up sheet will start going out next month, and look forward to you all hopefully participating. And I think I'll just leave it at that and see if anyone has any questions.
While they're thinking of questions, I'll just add a few things. So to put that 5% into perspective of numbers, and KB can correct me if I say this wrong, but it would approximately be a $3.2 million give back for this biennium. So 1.6 per year. So that's sort of cash back from us. So that's what we're facing. That's not anything to do with any structural deficits we have or unanticipated enrollment decreases that we're having to face. It would be on top of that out of the PUSF. So we will actively lobby for them not to do that, or if they do it, to backfill it out of the Educational Emergency Fund,
Yeah, I did forget to talk about
which
that.
has $1 billion in it, more than $1 billion. That's different from the Rainy Day Fund, which also has over $1 billion in it.
As 1.9.
1.9 billion, so almost 2. So those funds can be accessed. There's lots of rules about how and when they are accessed. I'm sure that will be a discussion among the legislatures. If you don't know, again, we have new people. Paul Evans is the representative for Western, and Deb Patterson is the senator for Western in Oregon. Our congressional representative is Andrea Salinas at the federal level, and then, of course, Senator Merkley and Senator Wyden are our 2 U.S. senators. So those are the people who directly, we are their constituents, and so we can have conversations with them. And then, of course, we talk to the chairs of the Educational Committee, Ways and Means Committee, Speaker of the House, Senate President, to try to put these things in context. But I think it would be unlikely that there aren't any reductions in higher education. So we're probably mostly hopeful that we can get it backfilled in some way.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, I do, real quick before I answer any questions that folks do have them, give a little context. Thank you, President Peters, about the Rainy Day Fund and the Stability Fund. For folks who are newer to the state or just haven't been involved, back in the early 2000s, we had a really bad recession, and there wasn't any kind of rainy day fund, and education really got decimated. And so the legislature came together and put together a rainy day fund that was a percentage of lottery funds plus percentage of corporate activity funds, because the voters have taken back that kicker and it's reinserted into the government. And then in 2007, kind of a similar situation around education. Both these funds have automatic triggers. We're unfortunately not there on those automatic triggers. There is conversations about using them. That would require a 3/5 vote, the same as like raising taxes in the state of Oregon. I think there's some folks who have been in the building long enough that really want to be mindful of preemptively emptying these funds early. And so I think that's kind of we're dealing with some fear around, like, if we use this now, we won't have buffers if this doesn't get better in 2 years kind of deal. And so I think we need to really clearly communicate to our legislators that this is, like, for the purposes of public universities, we are in an emergency situation if we're talking about 5% give back. So yeah. Does anyone have any questions?
You mentioned the tariffs and the decision that's going to be made. When was the date of the approximate decision on that?
That's a good question. I'm not 100% sure. I do know that the end of their year is June, so it will be decided by June at the latest.
And remind me how that is going to potentially affect for positive or negative, or is that just more of an economy?
I think it's an economy thing, but a lot of the tariffs that were heavily raised impacted natural resources that Oregon disproportionately has a lot of. That disproportionately impacts community economies like Oregon. And so I think that plus some of the chip conversation has real impacts.
Oh, that's what you're saying. It's going to determine whether or not we're on kind of a tipping point of a recession.
Yeah, well, I think it's a lot about economists when they don't know things. They kind of like, this is scary, and it makes it harder for business folks to make decisions on investment. And so it causes all of this uncertainty, which continues to destabilize situations. So
Yeah, it's a ripple effect.
It's a ripple effect. So you're seeing that up in the metro area right now with some of the closures. And that's kind of part of this conversation of how do we stabilize the economy. And you know, I know President Peters and the other presidents, their argument is the universities are part of that answer, right? The universities are part of the answer of stabilizing economies. But there are people who are, you know, they want that certainty before they'll make those investments. You know.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, President Peters,
All right.
dive into your report.
I'm going to dive in. So I'm not one to read the report that I submitted. I will hit a few highlights for the board and then answer questions. And also, if the board has questions, we talked a little bit about this last year, but members of the senior leadership team are here and they're available, so we may call on them to join the conversation as part of my report and helping you answer questions that you might have. I will read a few sentences that relate to what Evan had to say about government relations and budget. And part of my report, I say that Oregon's public institution enrollment declines from 14 to 23 were twice as steep as the national average. And just this year, we fell from 44th in the nation to 46th in state support for public universities. You'll often hear like a 37 number, but that's the average of community colleges and universities. Community colleges are about 15. They've improved. They've improved, actually. And, you know, we don't begrudge our community college partners for their budgets. I think if they were in the room, they would say they're still not funded well enough, but the state has historically supported them at a higher percentage rate, and we have fallen. So in funding per resident student, we're below the level at the turn of the century for universities. State support per FTE at the public universities in Oregon was $11,631 in 2000, and today it is $9,959, and that's adjusted for inflation. During the last decade, Western Oregon University held operating expense growth to only 3.1%. Now, these numbers are coming from the budget note we've talked about and the data that HEC collected from iPads and other sources, talking to universities, and they produced these numbers in these charts. So this is the HEC telling us how we have done on expenses and operational costs, and that's below the 4.4 growth for the trues, and KB pulled out some data to analyze against our peer regionals. 5.3 growth for the publics in general, and the annual national average was 4.4, and inflation was 3.6, and Western Oregon stayed at 3.1. Now, whether or not that will garner us any reward or attention from the people who are asking, how are you handling your money? And we can say, well, your own data shows that we did pretty well. Actually, we did the best of all the institutions. And what does that mean for us on the ground? During that time, we also achieved the top affordability rate of any public university in Oregon. So we did what they say they want us to do. Manage your money as well as you can and keep it as affordable as you can for students. But I kind of feel like higher ed in Oregon in general, and this institution specifically, basically has survived over a decade of scarcity. And we hear that from our constituents, right? So you hear it from people saying, we hear this all the time. We've heard this for years. And it's like, you've heard this for years because the story's been the same. So this pullback will put us in this story again and keep us going down this road. So we have to take some steps to address that. my report for new board members is organized by the pillars, the goals of our strategic plan. So institutional sustainability is the first one. Enrollment numbers, and sometimes I actually call on a trustee to talk about this because Paige is over enrollment here at Western. The good news, and it's very good news, I think, and we need to keep talking about it as good news because it can get overshadowed. The fact that new students were up 7% and transfers are up 4% at this institution is great. I have a feeling that's probably higher than the other regionals, but I can't swear to that. If you can, please swear to it. But it's certainly a great number. But our overall FTE did decline about 3%, and we had budgeted for it to be down some, but 3% is greater than we had budgeted for. And that was on the call today. I had a call this morning with the other presidents to talk about different strategies, and most all of them talked about being unexpectedly down in enrollment. So it's not unique to us. But we also have application numbers are up by kind of an amazing number. We don't want people to jump up and down and celebrate because it's a complicated number. It's really early in the cycle. There's lots of things happening in the world that promotes more applications, but they are coming a lot from Oregon, so that's hopeful. Paige and I talked about this, and we have 82% of our students are Oregon students. So if most of those are Oregon-based, I think we feel like we have a chance of recruiting them because they're going to probably go somewhere in Oregon, and maybe we'll be the choice. We think that we should be. So admissions and enrollment management are actively working on improving our communications, and we've really stepped up our use of Slate, which is a management system that allows you to interact with applicants and funnel them through the whole process, and making sure that we keep touch points with our students who are admitted until they are enrolled and registered. So it's not just about admitting. We have to make sure that they're going to come here. We've also worked on a new budget timeline. So when KB came on board, he wanted to really articulate the ways that we address budgeting holistically, look at what we're doing to make sure we're identifying efficiencies and savings, and to make sure that the community knows when things occur. And so we're launching that in UBAC Town Hall. We already had one this year to talk about budgeting. And also, I think as the board saw in the retreat, KB has really started to push us into these financial health indicator metrics that we had not really engaged with before. And it tells a particular story, and it looks like we have been improving, but there's still a road to travel to get to where we want to be. Banner optimization is a major project that will help us be sustainable on a lot of fronts, even just employee efficiency, and to try to get away from manual things. Paper time sheets is always my example, and we are away from that finally, thanks to HR's great work. But that takes a lot of time and energy to move our banner system just to standard. And I know those of you who understand these computer things are as shocked as I am that it was not to that level. And it has, it's kind of like the same thing with, if you think about finance and higher education, if you run, I'm from a farm, so if you run your car with no oil in it, eventually you're going to have to rebuild the whole engine, which is going to be really expensive, when you could have just paid for some oil and put the oil in it, but instead you cut corners, and it's not the long goal. So I think our state leaders need to think about that higher education is this engine that helps the state be sustainable, moves our economic wealth, promotes entrepreneurial activity, helps our cities thrive. And if you keep it limping along, I think you're hurting your state in the long run. So similar things happen, and we need to make sure we're addressing those. We're looking at academic affairs structures and efficiencies. Provost Cole has been actively engaged in this, and now we're jumping into some new data. We have 2 new deans, as you've heard over and over, who are helping us to engage in this work. I mentioned human resources. The systems that they have engaged with improving Some of that has to do with recruiting and training employees, but much of it has to do with electronic systems of payroll, timesheets. And I wanted to shout out to Desiree Noah and her team. Again, new board members, we had a lack of leadership in HR for a year and a half after I arrived. And then finally, we were able to hire a great leader in Desi. And it's been a tough road because she had to face cultural shifts at the school in relationship to HR and the systems, but also very structural shifts. And we mess up sometimes. Like I've always said that since the day I got here. We're going to mess up sometimes, and we need to say we did. So sometimes the system switch over doesn't record our leave balances correctly, or something wasn't put in right, and we have to just fix it and move forward. And I think HR often takes a lot of heat at an institution because those are the people you go to when you feel in pain, right? And you're not typically happy. And so thank you, Desi, and your team for addressing concerns when employees bring them to you as best that you all can. Athletic efficiencies, we've talked about this for a while, did a study about possible shifting to NAIA from NCAA. At this point, we're not convinced that that shift would garner the types of savings that would make the shift worthwhile. So right now, we're holding where we are. And I can go into more depth about what it takes to do something like that and what the effects may be. But I just wanted the board to know that Randy, and she's not here today because she's on a national cross-country board and has to be at the national meet for NCAA. But Randy and her team do look at this. They engage with KB and his team about operational efficiencies and how we might address some of those. But I also do want you to know that the spending on athletics at our institution is right at the average for regional D2 schools. And people don't often have that context. Student affairs, funding, and revenue generation. I have some numbers here. Abby's House secured $260,000 in renewed HEC benefits navigator funding. Our Child Development Center renewal of the $960,000 preschool promise grant for 25 to 27. And conference and event services hosted 25 conferences that brought in about $825,000 over the summer. So institutions use our facilities in the summer to bring in groups and host them, and they pay fees. That happens everywhere. I was going to say a lot about the Wolves Rising campaign, but Katie already gave us a great report on that. But we do need to up our athletics giving. It's one of the pillars of that. We've met our scholarships is 124% of the giving. Student success is 111% of the goal. And athletics is still only at about 40%. So we have to do some talking about how we get that moving forward. Student success pillar. Welcoming students to campus this year was a high energy, great situation. I thought we actually did it on a weekend instead of a weekday. No, sorry, I'm saying that backwards. We did it on a weekday instead of a weekend. Lindsay's like, you said it backwards. So the university was actually open and operational, which was great because families were walking around, going to financial aid, going to the cashier, asking questions. And so lots of people on that side of the room go out and walk around and help students unload boxes and talk to families. And I just love it because I think it exemplifies what we're trying to say about the institution and what we do, right? We are student focused. The president's going to help you carry something. The leadership team's out there. The staff are here. Public safety is friendly and giving directions, and it's just, it feels right when families arrive here. The PAC Connect days increased 15% this year over previous year. Destination Western served 152 students. The Welcome Week, we had like 1,400 students participating through that week. And Move In, 989 students living on campus this year, 6% increase, which is great. Housing had 100 early arrivals, including athletes, Destination Western staff. and there's lots of events that go along with all those activities. We talked a little bit about student needs. We've said some things about that. Abby's House continues to work to do that. One thing we didn't mention, I thought Katie might mention it and forgot to bring it up, is we recently started an employee assistance fund as well. So folks on that side over there suggested this at a meeting. They were like, we should start this, and so Katie got it all set up, and people have been giving money to that. So our employees have a way to request help if they are suffering because the government's shut down or what have you. So that's great. Veterans Resource Center does a lot of great work at this institution. Enrollment is 155 student veterans and family members right now, which is a growth in that area. Logan Dorfler does a great job leading that. I'm real happy with the teaching and learning resources and strategies. Our teaching and learning continues to improve on this campus, and the folks running that program and providing resources so that we can be better in the ways that we deliver curriculum. It's a wonderful thing to see, and they're very entrepreneurial about doing that. And we're, as I said yesterday, we're thinking about all kinds of things related to how a student moves through a curriculum at a university. And are we doing that in the best way, the best practices, so engaging with faculty on that. Let's see, I'm trying to go fast, but not too fast. We have done some things about and around freedom of expression, a working group, having conversations with our community and student body around those things, including tabling and presentations. And we also launched a first generation student week this time, which was so gratifying to see. You all know that I am a first generation student, as many of you are. So it's great to be an institution that talks about that openly and is proud of serving that student population and celebrating the fact that they're here. Student athletics is also part of our student success. We have 418 student athletes on this campus. So again, that is about 12 or 13% of the student body are student athletes, and they add a lot to our institution. And you can see some statistics that Randy provided me in that report as well. We had an incredible football game last Saturday. We played for the championship of the Lone Star Conference. So we're in this conference because the GNAC doesn't have football. So we're in the Lone Star Conference, which are mostly teams from Texas and New Mexico. Central Washington and Western are the Pacific Northwest teams, and we played them for the championship. It sold out the stadium completely. There were no tickets to be had. Standing room only. People everywhere cheering. There were a lot of Central Washington people there as well, but it was an interesting thing to witness. Even Randy said that it was probably the most people in the stadium she had ever seen since she had been here. Certainly for me it was, but just cheering for your school and the student athletes, it was just such vibrancy and energy, and it was very sad that we lost in the last 4 seconds of the game. So again, that's how thrilling it was. It was sort of constant the whole game, screaming for everybody. But I think it was an interesting symbol of how energy behind an institution can be generated, right? And athletics is one way to do that. There's other ways to do it, but the more we do things and engage with it, the more community I think we build, right, in our own identity as Wolves and what that means to us. On the transformational diversity side, I talked a little bit about teaching and learning, but partly that is connected to inclusive pedagogy and engagement and development around high-impact inclusive practices in our classrooms and academic support systems. Professional development, it was an interesting kickoff week this year. The Office of DEI, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, worked in partnership with General Counsel, Student Affairs, Government Relations, Enrollment Management, Student Success, Public Safety, Disability Access Services, Human Resources, and more to facilitate professional development for faculty and staff. And we did some federal and legal updates on impact on Western Oregon and some American with Disability Act overview sessions. So around 250 people participated in those, and they were really good conversations, I thought, and very engaging. So thanks to all the people who served on that. I already talked about human resources. So let me say a few things about the community strength part. We think about community, it's internal and external, right? We have our own community here at Western. We have a local community around us, and then we have a larger community in the state and the nation. I mentioned we had a town hall, about 110 people came to the town hall, and KB and his team largely were the presenters talking about financial sustainability and financial health metrics, and entertained a lot of questions at that event so people are aware of what's going on, how we're strategizing things. We have, as I mentioned, the new deans. I think they've been sort of charged with deconstructing whatever silos they're finding and sort of making sure that we're connecting academics across the institution and across academics with each other. We're too small to be those siloed spaces, and we don't operate that way, and so we're working on that for sure. We also are happy that Dominic Vargas is co-chair for the Oregon Hispanic Serving Institution Consortium, and they just presented at HACU about how to set up a consortium in the state and what that means to us, and the fact that we are the first four-year public Hispanic Serving Institution in the state of Oregon. Sometimes I wish the state of Oregon would recognize that a little more and be happier, but we're happy, and as we've said, we're continuing the work that got us to this point, whether we are able to apply for additional grant funding or not. We didn't do it for the funding, we did it because this is who we serve, and we want to be an institution of choice. So we're proud to continue that. And part of those activities also out of our Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion include the Cesar Chavez Leadership Conference, which brings, how many would we say, 1,000 or more? Just under 1,000 high school students to our campus every year. It's been active at this institution for a very long time, and we're happy to continue that. And then the last thing I think I'll say is the student athletes are also representatives within the community, and I wanted to point this out because this is something that I actively get feedback on. I get letters from mayors, from city councilors who talk about the fact that students' teams have gone into the community and performed volunteer service. Football team last year was actively engaged in planting things in a park, and this year we had student athletes who helped with the wall that heals, and they are really quite ambassadors for us, and people talk about how that's what they say to me: I want you to know your students represent your school really well. That's what they say in a nutshell. So it's a great thing to hear. I never doubt that, but it's always good to hear. And then finally, on the last page of my reports, you'll see events coming up. We have quite a few events, and one is tomorrow. We've already mentioned that a couple times. We're meeting the academic deans. Oh, Katie's holding up the flyer. Yeah. And we have not had an event in Salem in a while. I think the last one like this was President's Dinner my first year at our Salem building. And so we talk a lot about how we can push more into Salem and have a presence there in many ways. And so this will be a good opportunity to bring in some of those Salem folks to talk about Western and what Western does, because we are Salem's public four-year university, and we want them to remember that. That was a lot of talking fairly quickly. So I will stop and see if the board has questions or comments or happy.
I just want to say thank you again, as always, for organizing your report around the strategic plan, and for the team for doing that as well. It really helps to connect dots and keep the focus and remember our roadmap and utilize the strategic plan. So really appreciate that. Also think that some of the figures about how well Western has managed their money can be utilized in a lot of different ways. I think that when we're talking to donors, they really like to know. And so some of that messaging, I think we can share out. What I'm also finding in talking to mostly grad students is they care a lot more than I used to care about where their university spent money and what they spent it on. And so I find it might be interesting in terms of talking to some of our potential grad students for them to understand these figures and where we're at. So maybe some of that information can be utilized in some different ways to really showcase that work, because that's been a lot of work to come to that figure. So I definitely appreciate that. Did silence my phone. My dad has called twice. Anyways, any other questions that the board members might have?
And I will point out, there's Joy Brown right there. And if you don't know who Joy Brown is, she is our Director of Admissions. So I talked about the good work of your team to bring in an increase in first-year students and transfers, so I want all the board to know who you are, Joy.
And she's about to give us a presentation.
Oh, you're going to tell us all about it, so that's your introduction, I guess.
Do you think we should move into that, or should we go to finance real quick? We don't have lunch yet, so.
Okay.
We could move to finance if Gail feels like she's ready. Sure.
All right.
Okay with that? Is everybody else ready?
Do we want
that
to do the
before
budget
lunch?
first before lunch? That's it.
Sure.
All right.
Whatever the board wants to do is good.
All right. And I think we're gonna make a slight jump so we can still have our presentation during lunch. But we will move to our Finance and Administration Committee, and I'll turn it over to Gail.
Thank you, Chair Fasana. Well, the discussion this morning really leads up to the main agenda, an action item that we're bringing to the board today. But just so you know, the Finance Committee did meet for over 3 hours, and we took a deeper dive into not only the budget and the management report and sustainability issues, but it's finance and administration. So we also took a deeper dive on other aspects with respect to safety, cybersecurity, the updated strategic plan for finance and administration, and that too is organized around the organization's strategic plan. So the committee handles a lot of topics during that 3-hour meeting, and very good engaged discussion. You've seen in your docket and approved in the consent agenda the management report as of September 30th, and you've heard all about the challenges putting pressure against our sustainability plan. And I really don't have a lot to add to that, because it's been said, we get it, and I know it's frustrating to know that you're going to see an adjusted budget today, that you're not going to really like to see, that the amount of deficit we need to operate with is greater than expected. And sometimes it feels like an exercise of futility because we have these external forces that are so volatile, putting, constant new headwinds against our great efforts. And so I think we need to remember that we can work through this, and that you've heard how the organization is pulling together, breaking down silos, setting up guardrails, systems, cross-collaboration, communication. These are all the things that have to be happening, and they're happening. And so I have great confidence that we're going to pull through this. It just doesn't feel good to have these headwinds and all of these unknowns. And, not to mention 10 years of scarcity and demographic trends, things we cannot control. But we're going to figure this out. And there's going to be better budgeting systems put in place. So my hope is that when we do an adjusted budget, and we will need to every year, because one of our biggest drivers is enrollment, and we don't know until the academic year starts where we really land. So you'll always see an adjusted budget. It doesn't mean there was an error made in the proposed budget. We just need to true things up. I call it a true up. So I'd love to get to true ups without so many surprises. And we are migrating in that direction, and I'm really proud of KB and his team, Camarie, for all of their work to get to more of a true up state rather than, kind of a pendulum swinging back and forth state. And so we do discuss this at the committee, and, we appreciate your understanding when we bring the adjusted budget back to you for approval. And who knows, I mean, whatever heck does, we might even need another adjusted budget. We don't do a biennial budget for ourselves, so. But just hang in there with us, and I know that we do have some moving targets, but we're doing all the right things internally to try to mitigate some of the wide swings that we've seen in past years. So with that, I'll turn it over to KB and Camarie to present the adjusted budget.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to present the adjusted budget for FY26. As we know, the fiscal year starts on July 1 through June 30th. So as we are even presenting the adjusted budget to the board for FY26, we are already starting planning for FY27. So that by the time the year ends June 30th, 2026, we will have an approved budget for FY27. So that is how the cycle goes. So the timeline that the president mentioned is for us to be able to be guided as we go through the month. Because other than that, before you know it, June 30th will be here, and then based on all the uncertainty on the horizon, then you notice that you haven't even prepared your budget. So we are in the process of planning for FY27 as we are even talking about FY26. So I want to put that on note. Several things impact the budget. As we know, enrollment is a bigger one. We have the expenditure, and as we know, our expenditure drivers, the CBA benefits, that is out of our control. Whatever the state says we should do, that is what we do. So if the state says benefit cost should be A, we have to go with A. Unfortunately, unlike the other state agencies, in most cases we don't get anything for that. That is why we call the service level. So if the state says the service level is 10,000, our service level may be 15,000, but then the state will found us at 10,000. So technically, we begin the year every time, in most cases, unless the state is increasing the service level, we begin the year technically with lower revenue than expenses. So we have to do something locally, internally, to make sure that we are bringing in diversified revenue to meet up the revenue we are able to generate. Then E and G also has a lot of components to it, which we are trying to work through. We keep talking about the silos, how to unpack some of the silos to make sure that we are streamlining operation so that we can obtain the efficiency we are all looking for to save costs. So there's going to be a lot of work FY27, and we try to begin some of that work in FY26. And if I have any secret, this is it. Cam is the secret behind what we do. And I want to acknowledge the work she does, especially when it comes to data collection. You know, the president will say that KB got this data, KB. Whenever I need to get a data, that is my go-to person. And in a minute, she'll run the numbers and make sure we have the data we need to make decisions. So I want to acknowledge that. Also, the accounting staff. Yesterday, we received the audit report. So our audit is already done. So the controller in the next meeting will come and present that to the board, to the finance committee, and to eventually get to the board. So I want to also acknowledge the work they did to make sure that we have our financial statements prepared, and go through an audit with unqualified opinion, meaning that we got a clean opinion. They're still working on the single audit, so once they are done, we will be able to share that also with the board. With that said, I will transition to Cam to walk the board through the adjusted budget.
Thank you. So I'm going to flip over to the next screen first, maybe. Yes. To talk about the education and general fund specifically. So that's where we have the most changes from the preliminary budget. It's also our main operational fund. So on the revenue side, as we've just,
Can we zoom in a little bit?
Increase the size.
Cameron's going to help me zoom in a little bit.
Are you going to enlarge it?
Yeah. Is it this? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Is that better? Okay. So starting on the tuition side, so we have two major revenue components that feed into education and general fund, our tuition and fees, which is primarily driven by our enrollments, and then also our state appropriation. So as a reminder, in our preliminary budget, we budgeted a 0.4% enrollment decline. Actual enrollment came in a little bit worse than that, and so we're kind of getting out of order with this, but I believe Paige is going to be talking in depth more about what is going on with our enrollment. But to beat her to it, undergraduate enrollment ended up going down approximately 2.8%, and graduate went down approximately 7.3%. The distinguishment between the two matters because graduate students pay a higher tuition rate for us. So we've trued up to our actual fall enrollment. We've also built in our standard attrition that we've seen from fall to winter and winter to spring into these budgeted numbers. Another key update there is on our fee remissions, and as a reminder, our fee remissions are those institutional discounts. So they're like scholarships, but no real dollars behind them. They're just an institutional discount. We had budgeted $5.2 million, and based on our work with financial aid and the awards that they've given, they've increased that to $5.9 million. So overall, when you look at our net tuition and fees that we're bringing forward, it's about a $1.6 million decrease from our preliminary budget. On our state appropriation side, we are decreasing our expected contribution from the Student Success and Completion Model, the SSCM, by about $780,000. There's a couple of really important disclaimers with this. This is not reflective of the potential cuts or anything that's being discussed. This is based on still the 1.069 billion PUSF level. It is just the latest that we've gotten from the HEC. The second important disclaimer is we still don't have our final true up for the 3-year rolling average from the HEC. So we still don't know what our final state appropriation is going to be even before any other decisions are made. But this is the best number that we have available to us right now. You'll also see the small energy loan program, we call that SELP, going away. That's not actually going away in the money that we're receiving from the state. Currently how that works is we get a state appropriation and we have a debt payment that's associated with that. As part of our banner optimization, we have moved both the revenue and the expense down to a debt service fund. So we're just moving it out of E&G, out of education and general fund, so it's not commingled anymore. So you'll see a corresponding decrease on the expense side for that too. That one's net zero impact to E&G overall, and not actually a decrease in revenue to the overall university. And then on our other revenues, these are a much smaller portion of our budget, but we saw some significant changes there too. Our $700,000 decrease in gift grants and contracts is related to indirects. We saw this at the end of fiscal year 25 too in the management report. We saw a stark kind of decrease in the indirects that we had been collecting on our grants, and so this is just decreasing that up to where we're expecting. We collaborated pretty heavily with our sponsored programs office on this, who oversees the grant work. Then we have some other changes too in our interest earnings. We're adding a little bit up to that based on where we are currently and where we've been in the past, and then we also upped our other revenues based on that. So overall, the budget we're bringing to you is about a $3.2 million revenue decrease from where we were originally for the prelim. So we also made some updates on the expense side to try and offset those decreases we were seeing on the revenue side. So on the expense, you'll see about $1.5 million reduction in personnel, and this was all removing vacant positions from the budget. So it was vacant faculty, unclassified, and classified positions that were all removed just to try and offset those revenue reductions we were seeing. And then you'll also see a $1.3 million reduction in S&S. Part of this was decreasing what our operating reserve is. Part of this was decreasing the President's Strategic Initiative Fund, just scraping wherever we could. Our services and supplies have been decreased pretty heavily over the years, and so we're just continuing to go wherever we can. And then a big piece of it was decreasing the indirect S&S spending. We currently have an indirect policy that's being discussed at President's Cabinet. This change hasn't been finalized yet, but it's in works and being discussed. And so this is reflecting the reduction of being able to spend those indirects on other S&S activities. And then finally in the transfers, you'll see that decrease related to the SELP too. So overall, we were able to reduce our recurring expenses and transfers by about $3 million with these actions. And then you'll see in our other activities, the one increase for $300,000 of one time, this is related to those indirects too. Since doing this change mid-year, some of the things have already been obligated or spent, and so that's to get us through the rest of this year with that. So our preliminary budget, our total deficit was $3.7 million, and now we're bringing back a $4.1 million deficit. When you add in what our current fund balance is, we were projecting a $9.5 million ending fund balance, which would still be almost 13%. As a reminder, your board policy for our guidelines is 5 to 15 with a target of 10 to 12. So still on track within that, but also recognizing that it is a $4 million deficit, which would very quickly get us off track if we were to continue to persist in that in multiple years. I'll pause there, and then I have a quick update on auxiliaries too.
Anybody have any questions at this point?
Okay. So on our auxiliaries, the changes here are pretty minimal. So just to quickly highlight, we did adjust athletics budget slightly. I'm truing up what we're anticipating getting from the lottery. Also adding in a better budget for their ticket sales and concessions, and just trying to get more and more accurate with the way that we're budgeting for athletics. Thank you. And then the other big change here is that we took out the campus rec building fee budget. So again, that same banner optimization, trying to clean up our fund structure, that is currently a fee that our students are paying for the debt related to the Health and Wellness Center. It was before being commingled in our incidental fee fund, which was just very messy. And so we've pulled out both the revenue and the expense and moved it down to a debt service. To be clear, it's still paying the exact same debt on the same building, everything that the fee was intended to. It's just going to make it a lot neater in our books so that it's all in one place. And those are the significant changes on auxiliary. The incidental fee budget didn't change. That's set by our committee of 9 students in the spring. And then our DesOps and service budgets also didn't change.
Any other questions? Anybody has anything you wanted to add?
Nothing other than a motion, if you're ready to entertain one.
Okay. I just first did want to say thank you so much. Like I'm not a numbers person, and so I always try really hard to figure out what these reports all say. But having you both here and the way you guys explain things to us, it's like a different language that you translate for me every time. So I just want to reiterate how much I appreciate that, and it's definitely a skill that you both have. So thank you. Go ahead, Paige.
Let me ask you a question. So, and I don't understand this super well, and I know this is an ongoing discussion, but like it looks like our gifts and grants are down, and then we're considering a policy about taking indirects and kind of like sweeping those. Is there like any concern about that disincentivizing people doing grants if they don't have control over their indirects in the way that most universities would? Like have a policy governing the distribution of those?
So I think the discussion around a new policy is going to look into how we do that, how we incentivize people to go out for grants. We are definitely going to make sure that there's going to be some distribution to support that effort. You have anything to add? So this is our provost who can add to that.
So I just want to thank you, KB, for allowing me to speak to this. So we had a pretty thorough and robust conversation about our current indirect policy at Western Oregon University and the President's Cabinet last week. That's obviously, as you know, a representative body across the institution. So when you look at our current indirect policy, is one that mirrors past practices of Western Oregon University. So our current indirect policy has a distribution that fairly distributes dollars to the principal investigators, to the faculty, and that's I think a must, and I think that answers Jackson's question of how do you incentivize the faculty and the individuals who are creating these grants to go out and write more grants, right? So you don't want to de-incentivize our principal investigators from doing that. The challenge I think that has been discussed and was debated in the President's Cabinet is the rest of the distribution of the indirects, right? So what percent goes to the colleges? What percent comes to, let's say, academic affairs? What percent goes to finance? So if you look at the current policy of the finance and maintenance of the university receives one of the least amounts of that indirect. Indirect policies intentionally are dollars that should be utilized to support the maintenance and structure of the university to continue to support the grants. But that's a reason the way is written, and I could be wrong. I'm just playing a Monday morning quarterback looking at a policy that's been written for many years and making an interpretation of it is we had policies within Western Oregon University where maintenance and facilities was seen almost as an auxiliary, charging departments for service. So when you think of that model, technically the colleges were having to pay back or pay for services within their own colleges and departments. So therefore, we were using indirects to pay ourselves to put a nail on the wall. I think there is an opportunity to reevaluate the policy while still incentivizing the PIs and also strategically investing in our 2 new deans so they could be strategically investing in their colleges so we could continue to grow. So there's a continual conversation under that policy as well. You'll see that there are specific stakeholders that need to be involved in these conversations, faculty senate and others across campus, so we could understand what are the implications and impact if we wanted to change the policy as written at the moment. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, it does. I just, it's a scarcity mindset, and I just want to be mindful that, and I know everyone does, that we're not cutting in places where we could be potentially shooting ourselves in the foot.
Yeah, and I think during our conversation in the President's Cabinet, an area or something that was proposed was for KB's team to really look at what are the actual costs in managing our current maintenance and facilities for our current grant existence. So we can actually have an understanding of what is the cost of managing these grants at Western Oregon University, which then can and technically guide how we change the distribution of our indirects within that policy. And it could be where facility maintenance now gets 34% and the colleges get 10%, but I think data can drive a lot of that conversation and decision-making processes.
Do you have a question?
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dana.
Sorry, Dana.
You're ahead.
Okay, I'll go. I have a question about the online course fees. There's a slight decrease in the online course fees, and it's about $3 million or just under $3 million of our budget. Are we forecasting that is going to decrease as we push students more toward in-person classes? And then also, what do we do with that money? Where does when we take in the money from online courses that we charge a little bit extra for, what do we do with that $2.8 million?
Yeah. So the decrease that we're projecting here is primarily related to the enrollment decline. So to give you the specifics of how we come up with the number, we look at what our current online course fee revenue was for fall term, and then we build in that same attrition for winter and spring. We have seen a slight decrease from back a few years ago when we were more online heavy. And so we have been slowly seeing that decrease in our online offerings as well. But the decrease reflected here is primarily related to that enrollment decline over what we had originally budgeted for. As far as what do we do with the money, it goes to support our overall education and general fund revenue side. You could definitely make a clear linkage argument for the expenses tied to that. So our I can think of the index name, not the actual name of the program, Lib 971, Academic Innovation. Their expenses, are part of the Education General Fund expense side. So you could definitely make an argument that it's supporting that. Same with paying for Canvas, paying for all the different structures. But our budget is, we build the revenue side of the budget and the expense side separately, if that makes sense.
I have a quick question. And I'm sorry, because I know that I participated in this internal discussion to some degree about use of indirect costs on grants. Provost Cole, you mentioned the two buckets of maybe some portion of these indirect costs get allocated to facilities and whatnot, and then another portion going back to the department. Where is the portion that is used to dynamically fund auxiliary services that support it, such as sponsored projects, contracts, whatever else, so that those can dynamically scale up and down as the research portfolio scales up and down?
Yeah, so if you look at the existing policy, there is distribution that goes, let's say, to sponsored research to support the staff within sponsored research. There is a percent that goes specifically to the departments, and I think part of the ongoing conversation, and it's not just sponsored research. If you look at our teaching, our TRI, the Center for Research Institute, so if you think of that entire operation, that's solely operated under indirect expenditures, right, or indirect costs that comes from grants. So part of the conversation is how do we create a policy that incentivizes, supports, and continues to think long-term of the potential changes that can either happen at the state or federal side that can either increase our grant production while simultaneously expecting a decrease in grant production just because of the landscape that we have right now, right? And I think that's the ongoing conversation, given what the data is showing that we have seen a decrease in indirect coming back to Western. We're seeing obviously a deficit model in our budget. Where are there opportunities for us to shift some dollars to continue to be responsible stewards of the dollars that come to Western Oregon University while simultaneously maintaining and supporting the innovation that we need to bring in more grants and innovation to Western? And the buckets there are several buckets within that policy. It's not just two, right?
Gotcha.
Like if you look at the policy, it's broken into several buckets, so that $1 is being split up into several areas, and that's the big question is, do we need that many buckets? Where does it make more sense to support innovation moving forward?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, I do have a question. Since Dr. Cole's here, can you give us an overview of the tuition and fee remissions? We know these are like scholarships that are not really funded by a scholarship or an endowment per se. Are these, and the amount is fairly consistent year to year, so is there like, what is the typical reason for these tuition and fee remissions? Is it to help students finish their final year, or is it, and is there a solution to help offset that with something else?
So I'll have Paige, actually, Trustee Jackson, speak to remission, but there is a work in progress, actually, between the president and myself, enrollment management and financial aid to reevaluate how we've been doing remissions. There are two very different landscapes of how universities manage remission, specifically in the publics versus the privates. Obviously, the privates use remission to offset the expenditure of coming to a private, and their remissions are sometimes up to 50% of the tuition. That's not who we are. The two different understandings of remissions is don't put a cap on remission, use as much as you can. These are students that are going to come in and generate revenue, and there's others that put a cap on how much an institution can commit to remission. I think strategically the conversation that continues to engage, and then I'll let Trustee Jackson really expand on this area, is how do we utilize our remission dollars strategically to recruit and grow enrollment? It should be a tool used to attract new students to come to Western Oregon University.
Yeah, and I think actually Joy and I can touch on this a little bit more in our enrollment presentation, but if you think about a discount rate, which is essentially your admissions budget, it has to be leveraged like a little scalpel to maximize net tuition revenue. So if you think about, maybe the best way to think about it is in extremes. If you have a 0% discount rate, you offer no remissions. Like you're gonna max out revenue on anyone who enrolls, but you're gonna enroll like 5 students because the net price is way too expensive, especially for the population we serve and the budget challenges of needing to increase tuition in the Oregon landscape. On the other end of that spectrum, I can guarantee you we would have 10,000 students. I just have to discount tuition 100%. So then it's profitless growth. So your remission budget, and admittedly, this is coming from an enrollment manager, so I fall a little bit more on the other side of like, let's maximize net tuition revenue and worry less about what we're spending in remissions as long as it's a positive return. Because then I think you can get the right amount of dollars to the students who need them to start and continue their degree. And I think the model at Western, from what I've observed, and I'm very happy to have other folks chime in because I have not been here that long, it seems like our remissions budget is managed by a lot of different offices around campus, making decisions about how we spend the dollars. That's very unusual and not unstrategic in and of itself, but unless there's great coordination around that, it can lead to a very unstrategic allocation of dollars. Yeah, so that's kind of the million-dollar question, and I think Joanna can chat about that a little bit more, but I hope that touches on it a bit, I'm sure.
Yeah, I would just add, on both of these questions, really, it's a good example of us leaning into policies and strategies that make sure we're maximizing the dollars we get, and we're using them to the best of our ability to enroll and retain students. Because I think the remission dollars also has a big effect on retention. So what we're asking ourselves now is, so for example, sometimes schools who are needing to cut budgets, they'll just say, well, look, we need to take $2 million off our remissions. And that's what they do. And they just say, we only have $3 million now. And what we want to do is say, how can we best use those dollars, which may in fact allow us to reduce it, but get more effect out of it, if that makes sense. So why are you giving it to students and when? And what are the criteria and who decides? So we're jumping into that water very quickly. And the same thing I think you could argue with the grant indirects. Are they the right proportions in the right places? And we have to make sure that we're not using our ENG when we're stockpiling indirect costs that are supposed to, at least in part, be working to offset the operations of the school. So that's the questions that we're in the waters with. So great minds are working on these things, for sure. And I think at a school like Western, especially with how you use remissions, it's very important to us because it speaks to how we support particular student groups who have particular needs. So just like blanket criteria aren't going to work. And I sent Paige an article that I got yesterday that was quite interesting, right, about the philosophies of remissions and how you use them anyway.
Yeah, it would be important to look at that through an equity lens, too.
Yes.
Right.
100%.
Could I add to the question of our online fees and the decrease of our online fees, because this has been something that's been on my radar since I've arrived as a provost and looking at online fees. Obviously, President Peters and I are in agreement that we need to figure out a way to balance the participation of students in our curriculum within campus to create a culture of being at Western Oregon University. That does require us to decrease the number of online courses. Last year, I engaged Faculty Senate strategically to also work in decreasing the number of 100 level courses. We knew this would have an impact on our online fee balance, and we're seeing it. We're seeing that more and more courses are coming in person, decreasing the online fee balance. Having said that, a different model for future conversations is where the burden of, and I'll use the word burden, but the burden of supporting our Canvas and infrastructure for online education in general doesn't solely fall only on students who are taking online courses, but it's a conversation of an electronic course fee across the entire student body. Pretty much every student, if you're on online or you're taking a course in person, you're utilizing Canvas. And the model we currently have is that the online fee is charged to the student who's taking online courses and supporting the entire university Canvas system. So it's just a different model, a different way to think about it that may potentially offset the continued decline in online fees that have an impact on the overall balance.
Yeah, and I would echo that sorry, Bob, just quickly, that schools do that often. They have a tech fee because tech costs keep rising, and it's everything from licensing to software to cybersecurity insurance to subscriptions for your learning management system to professional development for pedagogical movements forward within online teaching. So you need people who can do that or to do architecture for the online environment. So yes, I agree completely. We need to look at that kind of shift and not just keep equating it with online instruction only. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just curious to know what's more important for the university. Is it more students at a lesser cost or less students at a higher cost? And how much do you have control over the actual total tuition fees, essentially? And the reason I ask is because if the school is going to experience the challenges of bringing students to campus, is there a strategy of actually lowering the tuition fee with the strategy of getting more students on campus and making up for some of that budget in regards to just it's a numbers game at that point? Or, you know, I also just I'm curious to know like the actual like requirements around the cost per student and how much do you guys actually have control over?
I could let President Peter speak
Well,
to
I'll just say
what we
generally,
control.
and then then we can talk about it. So we can increase tuition and fees up to 5% every year without HEC approval. So the Higher Education Coordinating Commission, if you go over 5, you have to go and present, and the commissioners have to vote on that increase. I've heard that in 07, 08, when the housing bubble crashed and everything went to hell, that the state cut a bunch of money out of higher education and basically told the universities up your tuition, and they went over that year. Is that correct?
It was pre that.
Okay.
So they-
Yeah, pre-cap. So they could increase it at will, and so they did, like 7 to 10%. Okay, information one is that Oregon publics are the highest cost in the West already. So we're almost to the point where students can go to California schools about the same price out of pocket as they can in Oregon. So we're in this weird world. So the more we raise it, how competitive can we be? It's also a little bit of a fear. I mean, I think, and sometimes I'm sure I freak Cam and KB out because I'm like, well, what if we just had everybody pay in-state tuition, even all of our WOU students and everybody? Would that attract more students from the surrounding states? Because they're like, well, hey, I could get this cheaper tuition. Maybe, but also hard to know because some of it has to do with their mentality around discount rates, which we were reading about. Or could we say something freaky like, well, housing is free here. If you come to Western, you don't have to pay for housing. But you have to get enough students to offset the loss of that revenue. And I think it's hard to risk it because if it's wrong, you're in a worse hole if you're already in a scarcity. So I think that's what we talk about. Yeah.
But I think that there's potentially a number that if you are wrong, there's some aspect of like insurance of you're able to make it up in some other ways. But I love that idea in regards to like creating it in a category that is something that students can wrap their minds around, that they're thinking, wow, that's actually really valuable for me. But it's something that's tied to the budget where it ideally would increase the numbers but not have to take such a monumental hit to the budget. But I mean, I think that my guess is it's going to get to a point where it's going to get so competitive with the lesser and lesser students that are actually attending universities, that my question didn't come out of a place of how can we increase tuition, is how can the university decrease tuition costs to actually bring more numbers to the university and hopefully offset the amount of students that are coming are actually going to make up for the lowering of the actual tuition costs themselves. But I don't know the margin on each per student.
And it can work. And my example is the university I was at in North Carolina. Right when I left, they reduced the tuition to $500. So they had about 6,000 students, and now it jumped to like 8,500. But it wasn't as risky as it sounded because the state agreed to backfill the cost to run the school. So they gave them the difference of the $500 to what they felt was the service level. And so that worked in attracting students, but the school, they were very nervous even so, because it's like trusting the state government to really do what they say. But from what I've heard from people there, it more or less worked, and I think it actually attracted more people to go to college too, who might not have, because it's like, well, man, it's only $500 tuition. I'll go a couple of years at least. So anyway,
Yeah, have you ever seen a university give free housing?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Have you, Provost Coleman?
There are some models in the privates, but it's obviously a different price tag point, where they do kind of package. And I think the way I would have answered your question, would like to answer your question, Trustee Dalton, is I don't believe it's a decreasing tuition to increase enrollment, but really how do we package our total tuition and experience. So if we had 80% retention rate and we had 100% graduation rate at 4 years, and that's a game changer. We could actually then play around with the tuition cost, because we would be receiving an incentive from the state giving our higher graduation and retention rate. I think there is a broader conversation of how do we, understanding the change in the market, as you mentioned. We have less and less high school graduates. The number of students going into higher education continue to decrease. We're in that slope in total national enrollment in higher education. So institutions like ours, it's really a conversation of understanding what the market looks like and understanding the future of the market. And the future of the market in Oregon will continue to look different. And for Western, I think it's important for us to continue to evaluate, and the enrollment team is doing, is understanding where is that next market, which is adult learners, strengthening our partnership with community colleges to create seamless 2+2 programs to increase, as you've seen, our transfer numbers, and really reevaluating the overall financial aid package that we offer students. And I think if we could do that early, students are making decisions earlier and earlier in their high school career. By 10th grade, students are making decisions of what college they're going to go to.
Yeah, we're going to deal with one of the biggest housing crises in the
Yes.
U.S. over the next few years. If the 5% that you don't need approval on is anywhere near the same amount of what the total cost is for housing for a student, the best business move by far is to increase it by 5%, where you don't have to get approval and you give out housing for free. And just that perception play, but also the idea and the messaging behind we offer free housing to our student body, you're going to have a way higher likelihood of actually packing the place out and doing it at somewhat of the same margin. But it's similar to, like, I have a product company. If I increase my product prices but then offer free shipping, our sales increase. Our margin doesn't change. So if the 5% is anywhere near housing, that could be a good way of packaging it, where you're making up for the margin, but you're also promoting something that's actually intriguing to students, where if you went to students and said, hey, we're going to give you 5% off, they're like, all right. Sure. Well, I'm getting financial aid anyway.
Right.
Housing's interesting.
Housing's expensive.
It is very expensive.
And we also have to recognize that there's a pretty substantial cost of managing housing at universities. I haven't done the numbers. I'll be interested to see if that 5% tuition increase would offset the cost of managing housing at a university. I can't
And if
imagine
not-
it would, but.
Yeah. Then if not, then it's like, what else could A, be shaved
Right.
out, or what's the university able to take a hit on in order to pack out the university? It's a little bit of a risk, but worth looking into. But I think housing, I don't know. Interesting.
I've recently joined the finance committee, and just, looking at it is looking at how we perform and how we use our revenue and the return on it. So it's kind of the question is, how is that money being spent? What's the incentive for grants putting out there? There's a philosophical strategy that we have as a university, is that the ROI is there. So, knowing that, throughout our, from the finance world, that we are very conscious of how we spend money and the ROI for that. So you look at it as like, what are those fixed costs? What are those variable costs that go along with revenues generating? The confidence that I have is that, one is that we're actually measuring it. We're watching over what our fixed costs are, our variable costs are, so that as we're able to look through what is it going to take to increase tuition, what does that impact? What does it mean to actually bring students, to the grounds, and to be face to face, belly to belly, and that looking at that true value proposition to students. I think all of these questions are underlying is that we have to think about what is the value proposition to a student, whether I'm going to go to work or I'm going to, go do something else. I think as a university, as we're working together and creating a holistic educational approach where we aren't siloed and we're really clear and deliberate about the value proposition we present to students, they're either high school grads or, more mature students coming into it, as we, this is direction I feel confident that this is a tough time, there's no doubt. And these are challenges, but I think we're going to come out stronger so that we are very clear about who we are, and we are wolves, and being able to bring that, and what does that actually mean for the community looking in. So, this is difficult, and that first meeting was an absolute 3-hour, kick in the face, and I am so excited to see what's going to come out of this.
So, heck, we are talking about the budget note, and when you look at the data and the information that is being produced by HEC on efficiency, you will notice, and the president mentioned this, you will notice that WOU has the most affordable cost of attendance. So we are already the cost leader here. We when it comes to how much students need to pay to come, we are the lowest. Most other categories, we are number 2. When you come to resident tuition, the rate, we are the second lowest. When it comes to, what is that? So when you look at all the measures regarding affordability to students, WOU is number 1. So when you talk about the value proposition, how WOU brands itself, how we market ourselves, I think that is where the remission discussion is also going, so that even though we are out there based on data analytics as the cheapest to come to, so then the question is, are students valuing the cheapest in their selection of where to go to, or there's something else? So there's brainstorming going on, and I think on this HEC report, there's going to be a meeting of the minds to also dig, to try to understand what it means, and then what else do we have to do so that we can take advantage of that. Because when it comes to cost, I think we are the leaders. We are the cheapest around.
Yeah, and that's absolutely one strategy is like, how can we be competitive in like pricing? But I think from like when I look at universities that are like really attracting students, it's a branding and marketing campaign. And when you're doing good marketing and branding, customers don't care about the product. They only care about themselves. They care about, what are you going to do for me that's better than everyone else? And a lot of people are looking at purely from a price standpoint, but it's so competitive because every universities probably have the same conversation of how can we make things cheaper, but very few universities are actually having the conversation of what can we actually price this at to create the value in which we're actually going to attract students to that could give us a competitive edge. And that's what's worth looking into, whether that's housing or anything else. Like, what kind of value are we bringing people to make them want to be a part of our community? And some people may pay a premium for that. So it's not necessarily just about the budget cuts. It's about what are we actually providing students that they actually want, you know?
Yeah, I think that's why the team and we often say we need to lean into who we are. So we're defining that all the time, but we kind of know who we are. We are a small public liberal arts college that's really focused on community, and we've put in our mission and belonging and empowerment. So how do we get this message out there? If you walk around and ask students why they came to Western, almost none of them will say it was cheapest. They say something about it felt like home. It was close to my own home. The community felt right to me. I have a lot of great teachers here. That's what they say. So that's what I think, to your point, that's what they feel. So how do we really live that every day? And that's what we're talking about, you know, whether it's, I said that about how we do move-in with all of us like really there. I saw Tina Fuchs, VP of Student Affairs, a family was walking around with a paper they needed to be signed, and she's like, let me take that paper. You don't need to walk around anymore. I'm going to get it signed for you. I'll meet you here at this time. That's like real community stuff happening right there. So I agree. And how do we get there is all connected to us talking about a vibrant community, more in the classroom, especially let's don't get into AI, but I do think eventually it's going to push humans back to being together to talk about things and have conversations. And our campus is a great place to do that. Another just last note on demographics, a lot of the research says that the populations that are actually going to increase in college going are going to be rural first gen folks. Like, they're still going to school. And if we're that place as well, it's like we understand the first gen situation. There's enough of us here working on these things that are first, second gen students ourselves, and we're going to stand up these programs that help you acclimate and feel like you belong. And so, yeah, it's got to be, I mean, we're going to look at the money stuff too, but I think the marketing and the truth of the experience is what makes the students and the family have the decision. And some of you are alums. You know this better than I do, for sure. You have told your stories about why you came here.
All right.
Sorry.
It's okay. Did you?
Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
before we turn on topic
Absolutely.
quick? We can also talk about this when we talk about the ASAC report, if that is easier. But a big part of our expense reduction is hiring freezes for faculty and delays for our staff. And so I have a couple of questions about that. One is, some of the cuts are like not going to be sustainable because we're not replacing a person who's left. We're not reducing a position we no longer need or can fold into something else. It's just like, this person's gone, we're going to have to deal with it. So it's not going to be sustainable because some of those programs aren't sustainable with that loss. And there's a lot of intangibles that come with that are costly to the university in like non-financial ways as well, reductions in morale that are related to all sorts of issues, including retention and including other things that do actually have a financial impact down the road. We lose more staff if their morale is low, production is lower, those types of things. And so what is the plan, what is the plan to reduce that? I understand that there are plans to reduce those in a more permanent way. How do we make that look sustainable without some of those direct impacts to programs that make the program itself unsustainable, and then without some of those indirects, like how do we deal with the impact of morale and how that has cascading impacts for actual financials?
Yeah, so in terms of, you remember I said we need to unpack, because this institution is built on a certain organizational structure. And for you to realign and reimagine anything, you need to unpack what it is. So I'm talking about re-engineering. So you have to look at the organizational structure. We all know it's unsustainable, how it is structured. That's why we are in pervasive structural deficit, meaning that our cost structure is more than our revenue generation capacity. So we have to unpack the structure to get to a point where we are able to tie our revenue generation capacity to our cost. And that is very loaded. It's loaded because of CBAs. It's loaded because of state mandates. It's loaded because of our facilities. You look at our buildings and everything we have to take care of. So currently, if there's a vacancy, we hold the vacancy, we conserve the savings on there, and then I know the president also has issued a vision statement. I will allow him to talk to that. And that vision statement calls on senior leadership to have a plan regarding how we are going to reimagine our areas, so that instead of doing the musical chairs as you mentioned, then we are going to be able to unpack our areas, redesign, reimagine things, so that we can come out with a new way of doing things that is going to take down the structural cost to the new reality that is confronting all of us. So that is something we are all working on. I think your deadline is in February. So as we are going to do the FY27 budget, that is something we are looking forward to. So that is what I can say for now. And then there are legalities around even the structure of the institution. I know Craig, Desi is here, so even to reassign an employee to change their job duties, because we are talking about reimagining how we do things. So if you reimagine how to do something and somebody is already doing it, it means you have to change their job description. And we have CBAs that we have to go through. So it's going to take a deliberate, intentional effort to set our minds to it, to do it. And I think we have the mind and the people. I know I have Craig here, I have Desi. When it comes to CBA, I know they can contribute, help me to work through them. So it's something we are working on, and eventually I think we will learn more as the deadline approaches and as we keep up with the discussion regarding the FY27 budget. Because currently we are talking about FY26. So we are holding on to vacancies. Then the question becomes, is the vacancy going to go away? If the vacancy is going to go away, how do we redesign the work? And then so that the work can still go on while we achieve that permanent saving. So it's a work all of us are going to contribute to. And I thank you for bringing this up, because I think it's loaded.
Obviously, so what we're seeing in our budget and our deficit is a model that is not in the best interest of this institution. And I think we all agree on that. And I think what we see in our vacancies was a model where vacancy stayed within the budget as an expenditure versus what is being proposed, which is best practices for the type of institution we are, which is that there is a vacancy, you use the savings of that vacancy to address the existing budget deficit. Simultaneously, in collaboration with our VPFA and President Peters as the provost, it is my responsibility and duty to support our faculty and our academic innovation element to make sure that when there is a vacancy, I recognize that we have to address the deficit while simultaneously recognizing that our faculty are the individuals who are engaged in that classroom, and we need individuals in that classroom. So it's a balance of what vacancy makes sense for us to truly sweep and then how do we deploy dollars in different ways across campus. And my conversation with the deans has been, when we have a vacancy, let's have a conversation of, is there a need to refill that line? Is this a program that, one, is under accreditation that requires us to have a certain type of faculty and ratio? Is this a program of growth, or is this a program that we need to reevaluate the vacancy in different ways? So those are the conversations that are occurring. I recognize the impact to morale when we see vacancies not being filled, but it's also a much larger conversation that's trying to address the existing budget deficit that we were faced with.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think as Gail started the conversation, this isn't anything any of us want to see in terms of this budget. But what I think, having sat here and listened to everybody's comments, questions, suggestions, what I find invigorating is that we're not just accepting it. We're not just saying, here it is, this is a sad story, we're just going to accept it. There's a lot of conversation right down to indirect policies, and then there's higher level conversations going on about how we function. And are we efficient? And are we doing the best we can? I think the data is showing that we are, but we're also not just resting on that HEC data as well. So I want to applaud all of you for continuing to do that work and not just sitting back and accepting that this is the situation we're in. So thank you for all the trustees and your vigorous questions and comments around this. I do want to get back to the committee's recommendation around accepting and adopting or approving this adjusted budget as presented, and ask if I have a motion to do so.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Any other questions, comments? All right, then I'll ask Secretary Source to take a vote.
All right, thank you, Chair. Trustee Ambrose?
Aye.
Trustee Dalton? Aye. Trustee Evans?
Aye.
Trustee Larios?
Aye.
Trustee Jackson?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Trustee Showalter?
Aye.
Trustee Schwartzler?
Aye.
Trustee Vu?
Aye.
Trustee Winkler?
Aye.
Trustee, or Vice Chair Nell Sestern?
Aye.
And Chair Fasano?
Aye. All right. Thank you, everyone. So we will now take, let's do like a 10-minute to 15-minute break to allow everybody to get some food and back to the table for our ever patient Joy back there and Paige for their presentation. I've had 3 calls from my Paige and Joy.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I've shifted from that side of the table to this one.
You left your phone there.
I did. That was on purpose. Don't need any distractions. So actually, we preempted this conversation a little bit with chatting through a little bit like net tuition revenue strategies, remissions. So we're going to give an update on enrollment, and I will just preface this with a few of you were at a slightly different presentation that has maybe 50% overlap with this presentation a few weeks ago. Our focus today is less on the retention side of things, though we'll share a little bit of information and thoughts around that, and more on the recruitment of undergraduate and then some data around our graduate programs and that kind of portfolio today. So that's kind of our plan. So I believe I know everyone. I'll let Joy introduce herself.
Yeah, hi everyone. Good to see many of you again. My name is Joy Brown. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the Director of Admissions.
All right. I'm going to attempt to, oh, I scrolled. Yay. Okay, so President Peters already kind of mentioned this. I'll just really quick run down. Enrollment's down 3%. It's kind of like big picture. That's not great. And there are some bright spots. It's a mixed bag. So our undergraduate enrollment is down. That's true despite bringing in a larger incoming first time in college class and a larger transfer class this fall. And I'll talk a little bit more about how those two things can be true in a second here. One of the biggest factors that led to this is we had at census, we had about 130 less seniors in fall 25 than we had in fall 24. That's largely a function of one of the largest decreases in incoming class size happened between, shocking no one, fall 20 and 21. It's about I think our incoming class size was about 250 students less year over year. 5-ish years later, you start to see that play out in your upper division students. We've got some visuals to kind of dig into that a little bit more. Our graduate enrollment is actually down 15%. That's head count, so total number of graduate students, and 7% FTE, full-time equivalent. And again, I'll dig into that a little bit more, talking about, especially on the graduate side, your head count versus your FTE and why that matters. International enrollment continues to really just dwindle. There's a lot of factors that play into this, so I'm not going to completely blame the fact that most primary international markets that we're in can't get any visa appointments right now, although I do think that is playing a role. We also, prior to, this was some time ago, I think probably around the pandemic, the discounting strategy or the remissions usage of discounting tuition for international students stopped like altogether for a few years, and that is probably the biggest contributor to the steep decline in international enrollment. And we do have the ability to discount that tuition again, but it's hard to build those pipelines back up. And then, of course, the pandemic, there are like probably 10 different factors that are influencing international enrollment, but it's also one of our smallest streams of enrollment, so we'll kind of look at that relative to the rest of our enrollment. And then this is one of the only things I'll say about retention today. We've had some gains in recent years. Retention is the measure of your first time in college cohort who are enrolled full time in one fall, the percentage of them who return for a second year. Just to kind of put things in numbers, national average wise, it's usually best practice to look at admit rates, which are a bigger predictor of retention and graduation than most metrics. So what I mean by that is like a highly selective college like Harvard is going to have a really high retention rate. They also only admit like maybe 5% of students who apply there. We are not Harvard, and we serve a very different mission from a Harvard. We admit almost 95% of our applicants because we prioritize access and serving our region and the students in our region, and a large portion of students who are not historically served by higher education as a larger institution. For that reason, though, we're not going to have ever 99% retention rates. Just not realistic. It'd be great. So ours are around 76 right now, 76%, which is the highest they've been. I think ever. We can only go back like 15, 20 years in the IPEDS data. Our 10-year kind of average is 70%. So it is a climb, and we're kind of holding steady around there, which is great. We've kind of bounced between 76, 73, 76 the last few years. But overall, this is really great. And you can't really retain your way out of an enrollment crisis. So again, we'll talk a little bit more about that. But before we kind of jump into it, I kind of just wanted to put in perspective like what our actual enrollment like streams are, because we talk about enrollment like an overarching thing, but for the purposes of the budget and the purposes of student services and courses and planning, not all of our students are the exact same, and they have different needs, different course requirements, different motivations for enrolling. So our continuing undergraduate population, so our students who are undergraduates but not brand new to Western this fall, is the vast majority of our population at Western who are currently enrolled this fall. Our new undergraduate class was exactly 1,001 students. So again, a larger proportion. Our graduate enrollment, you'll see, was 470 students. This is head count. And then our international enrollment actually is, like, we're not double counting here. I just pulled it out separately because there's like about 24 international students. So very, very tiny numbers.
Is international only undergrad?
Great question. Yes. There are a couple exceptions to that, and I won't get into the weeds, but essentially most of our graduate programs are hybrid or online, and the Department of Homeland Security requires a certain number of in-person credits in order to satisfy the status of a F or a J visa, which are kind of student visas in the U.S. And so our grad programs can't really guarantee that for international students.
Does retention start at freshman?
Yeah, so retention is actually, the technical term retention is only the measure of freshmen returning to their second year. So we throw it around in a lot of contexts, but after that it's technically like persistence, student persistence, and transfer students. The reason we talk about retention so much is it's one of the key indicators of institutional effectiveness that we have to report to IPEDS, or the federal government, in order to receive our ability to distribute financial aid dollars. And so retention has kind of become one of the primary indicators of student success in higher ed. I wonder if we'll see that change as the traditional college-aged population of first-time, full-time students decreases.
Yeah, 70% is high though.
76% it's good, and relative to our peers, I think we have the best retention rate of the other regionals in the state. Yeah, we're hanging in there. I'd love us to be like 78, 80. That would be phenomenal.
And in addition to reports back to the federal government and whatnot, it's also one of the portions that makes up a part of the student success and completion model for dividing up the Public University Support Fund, right?
Yes, that's accurate. So that is also, again, a budgetary reason beyond just the tuition revenues you might see from students continuing. It also is rewarded in the student success and completion model. So we spent a lot of time thinking about retention. Most of my career, in fact. Any other questions before we move on? Okay, just jump in if you have them. So I mentioned that you can't really retain your way out of a crisis, and like an enrollment decline. This is why. So in this hypothetical scenario, you have like one small incoming class in the second year here. That incoming class then becomes kind of a little block that moves through the next few years of enrollment. In this hypothetical scenario, there's 100% retention, like you're not going to lose any students, but you can see in year 3, 4, and 5, even though you're pulling in a larger class again, it's kind of going to haunt you for the next 4 to 6 years. And so that's kind of why you can have a larger incoming class year over year, and increased retention, and your enrollment overall is still not where you want it to be. And then if you look at the impact of that in multiple years in a row, the gray bar in year 5 are the additional students you would need to recruit in one single incoming class in order to reach the levels you were at in year 1 before you started seeing smaller incoming classes. So enrollment is often used synonymously with recruitment. While that is not an entire picture, it makes sense in the context of this, because the size of your incoming class year over year is your probably single biggest predictor of having stable enrollment at an institution like ours that relies primarily on that continuing undergraduate student population.
Is your department connected to recruitment as well?
Yeah, so that's an org structure question, is a really good one. So, and I guess I didn't actually really introduce myself. I'm Paige Jackson. Hi, she, her pronouns. I'm Assistant Provost for Enrollment Management and Student Success. So in my role, I oversee both recruitment and retention efforts. So there's about 5 or 6 different units that report through me that are all kind of, the through line is supporting students through their enrollment journey. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
So Joy does most of the recruiting. She manages the recruiting, and we get to work really closely together.
And is recruiting, what's the difference between recruiting and marketing?
So, great question. Marketing's crucial, and we work closely with Maureen. We meet every couple of weeks. So there's lots of different levels of marketing, right? So a lot of what Joy and I touch or collaborate on with Maureen is enrollment marketing, which is so critical in this particular juncture of time. I would say, and feel free to jump in, but I would say in the last 5 to 10 years, the entire field of admissions and recruitment has really fundamentally changed from a model where you're communicating with students, but also heavily recruiting them with people, more so to kind of your comm strategy and your marketing is going to kind of be a driver of a lot of enrollment. And I'll let you jump in because Joy's an expert in all of this, and I'm just learning it.
No, I mean, I think you described it really well. I would say 20 years ago, right, recruitment was just on the ground, visiting high schools, going to events, meeting students, and we've really shifted, and it's really, I think, even gone faster in the last several years to thinking about enrollment marketing and recruitment marketing. So we're actually, an example in our office is our recruiters, I'd say, are shifting from being just full-time, on the ground recruiters to where they have these seasons of being really, really busy going out, and then they're spending the rest of the year actually nurturing those leads and those inquiries through, again, communications, and marketing is really intertwined with that. So yeah, we work really, really closely with Maureen, and we're still, I'd say, shifting to have a great grasp on that, but it is really, really important.
And my guess is the target demographic that you're recruiting is freshmen for the best retention? Or?
Well, so about a third of our incoming students are transfer students. This last year it actually was closer to 40%.
It was about 30. That 1,001 number there under new undergrad, almost 400 of them were transfers.
And they're not freshmen?
They're not freshmen. Sorry. Okay. So, I've shared these slides before with this group and others, but just to kind of level set, Western's undergraduate enrollment has declined quite a bit over the last decade or so. Oregon undergraduate enrollment, the amount of Oregonians going to college in the state, has also declined. That's due to declining birth rates and then also students opting to not go to college. So it's kind of a double whammy. And then if we look forward, enrollment projections are declining in even more severe situation between the years 2023 to 2041. WICHE is the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education. They do high school graduate projections every year. These are from their most recent one. Oregon, I think it's projected to decline 19% in high school graduates between now and 2041. So that pace of decline will accelerate in the state of Oregon. And again, a lot of that is due to declining birth rates and then also non-consumer behavior.
I had a quick question on the report. Do they break it down by sort of demographics? I guess obviously my mind goes to what do those numbers look like for AIA and students?
Yeah, no, that's such a great question. I believe that it's called actually it's right here, Knocking at the College Door. It's a pretty comprehensive report, so I haven't looked at it since we made these slides probably a year ago when they first came out, but I think it does break it down by demographics. And that's a good point too, because I think something important too is this is the overall state, but there's so many demographic shifts. Some people talk about the demographic cliff. There are some folks in enrollment management who talk about the shift because we are enrolling higher rates of, for example, Hispanic students are choosing to go to college at higher rates, and there are a greater number of Hispanic students in Oregon. Washington and Clackamas counties are the only counties in Oregon projected to increase in population in the same time period. So the fact that we're within spitting distance of Portland bodes well for us. So this is a little simplistic, but also I think just to paint the picture of there's not going to be a reprieve where we can imagine a giant, massive high school population cropping up, banging down our doors like there was in 2010, just sort of the golden era of higher ed in the 21st century.
Looking at the high school graduates, I assume that just of students that are living in the state at that time. A study from the University of Portland was looking at the population increases, and specifically within the greater Salem area, the projections over 10 years was an increase of 60,000 people.
Are they looking at by age though? Like high school?
No.
Yeah, because we are projected to increase in like older people. In the
I'm
state.
older right now.
Anyone who's over 21, which would be kind of
I
this.
just want to make sure how personal.
Well, actually, no. 21 is old. Jim, I wouldn't do you dirty like that. At like 18 is kind of like the typical, like we're graduating from high school, right? So I mean, anyone older than 18, and shocking no one. I count myself in that bucket. So.
I'm interested to see just in terms of that factor, and then also when we talk about that second stage, second career world, and that impact. And yes, there's going to be less high school students, but the question is, what about college students? And that above 18-year-old demographic. And if there's 60,000 people that are moving here, there could be someone that's moving from a career move or whatever the case, but there's other individuals that could look at higher ed as that next pivot point for them.
Yeah, that's such a good point. And we think about that a lot. Higher education, for better or worse, has kind of evolved to serve a very particular type of student, which are primarily even the way we report data to iPads is all catered towards this first-time, full-time cohort. But that at Western is the majority of our students. That is not true in higher ed across the board in the U.S. anymore. That's no longer true. Our high school graduates, I think it's actually shockingly low. It's like less than 20% of like students enrolled in post-secondary education are like a true traditional residential college student who graduates high school and goes straight to college. So that it's a different market, and it's trickier, and we'll talk about that a little bit with grad enrollment. But some college no degree students, so students who have some credits and no degree, that's probably a really critical space to be in. And we've done some cool things with some degree completion. I don't have the data here. I could speak to it, but I do think that is a space that we'll probably need to think about a little bit more intentionally about how to serve that population of like working adults who have some college, no degree. And that population is increasing and projected to increase. Okay, so I just gave you a lot of really bleak news, but I'm going to turn it over to Joy to talk about our Fall 26 entering class, but I just want to give a little bit of context first, if that's okay. Yeah. So Joy joined our admissions team in January, so it's almost been a year, yay, and what a year. I had sort of taken over admissions 6 months before that in kind of a reorganization, and so a lot of this, our strategic plan is really kind of focused on how do we create sustainable structures that allow us to pivot and be really data informed in our work so that we're putting our resources in the right spaces to be successful. And then how do we build in like feedback loops so that we can actually gauge success in a way. And so the graphs you saw with like, an incoming class haunting you for 4 to 6 years, I feel very good about our strategies that we've deployed, and we are starting to see some really amazing early indicators. It will take time to build back up some enrollment sustainability. It's just going to take time. It's not going to happen with one incoming class. We need to do that for 3, 4, 5 years, and it becomes increasingly more difficult. So all that to say, we're tempering our language a lot because Joy's going to share some really awesome sounding things, and it's so early in the cycle, and even if we're successful in this particular cycle, which I suspect we will be, again, we need a couple more years of this to kind of get back to that sustainability point in terms of enrollment.
Oh, I'll just hand this to you. Thanks, Paige. So of course, lots of challenges, but our team and the team that I have the privilege of working on. Our admissions team has been working so hard, and it's really great when those efforts result in, again, the growth that we're seeing. So year to date, or year over year, our submitted applications are up about 50%, which is really exciting. It's too early, of course, in our cycle to, like Paige said, really know what this all means. But for some additional context, you might remember last year we implemented the Common App, and we saw about 25% application growth. And so this is on top of that growth. So we're really excited about this, and some things I've been poking at in this are our students applying from out of state, are our Common Apps way up? So just to dig into that a little bit, most of our growth is coming from Oregon, which is really good news because we know that's where we have the best chance of actually yielding students. And then as far as Common App submissions, I was a little nervous initially that we were going to have, that our Common Apps were going to way outpace our native application, and it's too early for us to know exactly how we yield on our Common App students regularly. But schools tend to yield better from their native applications, and we're pacing exactly where we were last year. So we're about 60% Common Apps right now, and then 40% are native applications. And again, I just want to shout out the admissions team who has been, they've done over 200 recruitment events in the last couple of months. Our fall 26 cycle really launched August 1st, but honestly, even way back in the spring when we started our junior recruitment, it's a really long cycle, and we have a really long ways to go. But we're excited by these early indicators.
Out of the 2,000 of this last year, what percentage ended up actually coming to the university?
Yeah, so overall, our yield rate was about 16.5%, and we brought in 1,001 new students.
Cool.
And I'll say the 2,000 apps, that wasn't our final numbers, it was point in time. So I think our total applications last year were around, 4,000?
About 5,000.
About 5,000,
So
yeah.
if you kept that percent at this growth, it's pretty significant.
Yeah, and we would probably expect to see a further decrease in yield. So we're kind of playing the volume game, which you kind of have to do, which is, like, if you think about the enrollment funnel out here, like, we're bringing in as many applications as possible, which, again, there are very few universities who are successful with, like, decreasing the top of their funnel, if that makes sense. Like, it's a risky proposition unless you are highly selective potentially, but even then you want your selectivity rates to, anyway, all that to say, the larger your top of funnel becomes with your applications, you can pretty much bet on decreasing your yield percentage. But similar to what I was saying earlier with discounting percentage, you can decrease your yield, so like 5%, but if your applications have grown so much, you're still going to see an increase in your incoming class size. So that's kind of what for better or worse, that is our strategy. And I have seen nothing to convince me that that should not be our strategy, though it is challenging, as Joy mentioned, and she's underplaying this. We've increased over the last 2 years almost 100% in application volume. Every single one of those applications has to be evaluated. They have to individually go through and see how many years of English they've taken. So, and our staffing has gotten smaller. So it's right now, I think admits are only ahead 5% year over year because we have about 900 applications that are sitting in the review bucket that we're trying to crank out, but then new applications are coming in, and it's we've got it under control, but it's like victims of our own success a little bit at this point.
I'm going to run back right after this and calculate some GPAs. And so as far as how we are pacing overall, again, one of my worries in seeing this increase in applications, my first thought is we know that applications have been increasing across the board. Colleges have been, a lot of them have been seeing an increase. Students simply are just applying to more schools. It's more accessible to apply to schools. A lot of schools are reducing their fees to increase applications, reducing their requirements for students to apply, which is great. But again, what does that actually mean for us? And this is some data that we recently got from EAB. So while we're up nearly 50%, U.S. regionals overall across the country are only up about 6%. And then Western publics specifically are actually down about 5% in submitted apps. And this kind of mirrors actually some data that I've gotten from our common applications. Again, one of my fears is that students are just applying to more and more colleges, but our common app data right now actually suggests that WOU is replacing another school on a student's list, because our students are, on the Common App at least, are actually applying to fewer schools than they have in the past. So again, positive indicators. I keep trying to poke at this and break it, but everything is positive at this point, but our cycle is very long, so we've got a long ways to go. And then again, I mentioned this, but I will say these are not exact numbers. This is a snapshot from probably over a month ago.
Yeah, like 6 or 8 weeks ago.
Yeah, and this is just to show, again, proportionally, how far up we are in Oregon. Again, if we were up in a state like Wyoming, that would be bad, because we have a very low chance of actually yielding students from Wyoming or really any other states. So the fact that we're up in Oregon in our own backyard and the students we have the best chance of yielding as another just positive indicator. And then another indicator that we're watching really closely are our campus visits. Campus visits are one of the biggest predictors of, again, how likely you are to actually yield a student. If a student never visits campus on an official visit, they have a very, very low chance of actually coming to the university. And so one of our biggest strategies this year has just been communicating our visits, having really high quality visits, and making sure that students are actually coming to campus. And so we, again, year over year, our campus visit numbers are up 91%. So we have a team that's been working really, really hard to get students here and make it a great experience when they are here. One just small example that we've done is incorporate some Saturday visits in conjunction with our home football games. And so we hosted over 120 students and several hundred when you include their family members who visited just on Saturdays. So just an effort for us to increase accessibility and make sure that students are able to visit our awesome campus.
Was that number of students or number of actual visits, I guess?
120 students, over 120 students, yeah. And then to wrap up, just some of the strategies really informing the work that we're doing in admissions this year. Brand awareness campaign, so this is really like top of funnel, and like we were saying, we work really, really closely with marketing. So this is everything from, maybe you've seen some additional billboards along I-5. We've also done some sports marketing campaigns at local high schools, so there's big WOU posters on the football field. Also our expanded print and digital marketing with EAB, making sure we're actually getting in students' mailboxes and that they know we're here. This also, I would say, includes just aligning to some best practices. We launched our application over a month early this year on August 1st, and we're able to communicate that so that we didn't miss students. And then I'd also say included in this is reallocating our actual on-the-ground travel recruitment. I mentioned previously that our recruiters used to be like full-time, 100% recruiters. So I know in this climate, it might sound weird to actually scale that back. But what we're doing is reallocating to really our primary markets. One good example of this, I would say, is Washington State. We, in the past have had a recruiter who goes all over Washington State. It's exhausting, it's a lot of work. And when we actually dial into where we get students from and the likelihood of where we could get students from, it's really just the I-5 corridor up to about Tacoma. I think we enrolled like 5 students from King County, like the Seattle area last year. So even up there, right? And so really realigning to make better use of their time, and then when they're back in the office, well, one, helping to review the thousands of applications, but also spending their time communicating with students. Maybe you're familiar with the Wolfie chatbot that we have on the student success side. We actually have implemented that in admissions as well, which is actually, I'm so glad we did this year, because with an increased volume, it really allows us to narrow in on the students who need that personalized outreach from our recruiters. So those are some examples. And then streamlined communications goes along with that. We have a really robust communications plan this year that our team has worked really hard on. It's very personalized. It has very clear calls to action. And again, we're seeing that pay off again with the attendance in our events and response to our deadlines and the actions that students are taking. And then direct admissions, you might be familiar that last year we did direct admissions with Central High School, so we are continuing that. Again, the main goal of that is just trying to remove the barrier of applying to college and making sure those students know that students with a 3.0 and above from Central High School tend to be a really good fit and do really well at WOU, and so we want to take take some work out of the process for them. And then we also expanded our direct admissions initiative this year to actually the Common App is running their own direct admissions. And how it's a little different. How it works is essentially every student in the state of Oregon who starts a Common App and has at least a 3.0 GPA will get a weekly email from WOU saying, hey, you've been selected for direct admissions at Western. It's free to apply for you. It's free to apply for everyone, but we tell them that. And you're guaranteed a merit scholarship. And Common App direct admissions applicants are actually making up about 40% of our Common App pool. So we're really pleased. And that initiative to me is, really tied to marketing and just hopefully getting in front of as many Oregon students who may be a good fit for WOU, but maybe just don't know that we're an option for them. And then lastly, I know you all talked about this earlier, but one of our, I'd say, most important strategies this year, but also long-term, is just the financial aid award realignment. So we just finished up finalizing a change to our merit award matrix. So we award merit aid automatically based on a student's GPA. And so we've changed those bands to be more inclusive, honestly, of our students and who they are. And again, this is, I know we talked about net tuition revenue earlier, but just to reiterate why this is so important is we are not going to be able to increase our enrollment and headcount forever. I think the strategies we have in place, I think, and the goals that we've set are that we can over the next few years, but eventually the goal is to stabilize that, and how we can, if we can leverage and really strategically award merit aid and financial aid, need-based aid, will allow us, even if our headcount doesn't increase or only increases a little, to actually increase the revenue that we're getting.
All right, graduate enrollment. I want to say one more thing really quick, though, about financial aid realignment. So we talk a lot about the numbers, and that's so important because we want to be sustainable. This is a rare example in any business model where if you do good, you can also do well, because the goal is to maximize our net tuition revenue, right? That's just we have to do that to operate, because there's declining funding for higher education, public higher education, there's declining enrollment, and the financial aid realignment, and Joy hinted at this, is to ensure that the students who are really right fit students have the financial package they need to induce them to enroll and see us as a possibility and something that they and their family can afford. And so I think it goes back to kind of what Trustee Vu was saying about the value proposition. Again, we could offer 0 discounts and 0 remission dollars. It's kind of monopoly money because you award it and then you don't pay out on anything until they come. So all that to say, I do think this is a really important point, and I think for a long time the conversation has been about enrollment and headcount, and I think it's shifted to FTE, rightfully so, because that's how your budget is allocated. I think we can further shift the conversation to talking about maximizing our net tuition revenue, but what I don't want to lose in that conversation is the whole reason behind that is to have more students here who are getting an education and then giving back to their communities and having part of a sustainable cycle. So I just don't want it to make it sound like we're callously prioritizing net tuition revenue above student success. These things are inextricably linked. So I just wanted to say that because it's really easy to get caught up in the numbers. Okay, I'll pause for a sec because then we're gonna talk about grad enrollment. Questions?
Go ahead, Ann. 2 questions. One is, I believe we tried using third-party recruiters in the past, and so did we do that? And what kind of outside assistance with this enrollment challenge have we used?
This is a very good question. I am not aware of that, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Joy and I are both fairly new to the admissions team at Western. There are certainly models for that. What I'll say is
think she might be asking about RNL and EAB.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was going
okay,
to touch
thank
on, is I think like what's more common, what a lot of universities outsource is more the enrollment marketing pieces.
Okay.
And so right now we have a contract with EAB, I think in the past it was RNL, to help inform our search strategy. So which and how many high school names we buy through like testing, like College Board, Quora's ACT, that fills the top of your funnel along with other like leads. And then they do a lot of like brand awareness campaigns for us, and that's email marketing, digital, print. So we do outsource a lot of that. It's kind of a perennial debate in higher education, and I think one we're having right now is it's become more common to outsource a lot of that. A lot of that is because internally, as a lot of particularly non-selective institutions like ours have shrunk and the resources shrink, it is hard to have a sustainable team with continuity. In our admissions team, there's just a lot of, it's a high turnover field is what I will say. It's high pressure, it's very visible, everyone and their mother has an opinion about how you should do your job, and people do not pull punches to tell you how you should do things, and then everyone's advice conflicts, and that's not to complain, it's just to say like, it's, I would say probably more than any other function I've worked with in higher ed, like literally everyone has an opinion, and they should, because, well, they should and they should. I think all feedback is really important. I think what sometimes is missing from the conversation is we are building internal expertise, and I think that's really important to balance. It's internal expertise that is sustainable, and you're never going to fully get away from outsourcing, I don't think, because even like developing print materials, like it's, you know, yeah.
Do you feel like we're in a pretty good place of balance and ROI on that?
You know, it's funny. I think President Peters and Provost Cole and I have been having this conversation a bit lately. I think that there's potentially, as we have built out a more robust and I would say responsive model of admissions staffing, that's more in line with recent trends and the changes to admissions and recruitment over the last decade, and kind of what we were chatting about at the beginning, I think we are at a place where we could absolutely take a little bit more of that on. And I think we're in that place now. What worries me is not right now. What worries me is 5 years, because those contracts grow and grow and grow. And the whole business model for RNLs and EABs is to almost preclude you from having that internal expertise and relying solely on external expertise. And I do think there's a room for external expertise. I think that institutions that kind of weather this storm that we're seeing in terms of like declining enrollments, declining state support, are going to be those who are able to have like sustainable, responsive internal teams who rely modestly on some external support but don't build their entire operations around it. That's my own opinion. There's different ways of looking at it. What I think ultimately you want is to build a team that is so strong that if one person leaves, the entire thing doesn't crater.
That's helpful, thank you. The other question I had was, how is our new grading policy impacting recruitment and retention?
So the only thing I can really say definitively about that from the little bit of assessment we've done is that it's too early to tell if it, like, we'll have to collect some more longitudinal data to see if it's actually impacting retention in any way. It's not doing any harm, which is great. And there are some ways in which it is helping students. And so, for example, like we have about half as many students who are on academic probation, which we've actually changed. At the same time we did the grading policy, we moved away from using the term probation to academic support, just in recognition of that not being very supportive language. There's a lot of research to suggest, like they'll look at students who are on academic probation and then those who have a GPA 0.1 higher who are not on probation, and the outcomes are really stark. Students who are labeled as being on probation, and again here it's academic support, they tend not to persist and graduate at the same rates. So in that way, I think we are seeing some early good indicators of that move, and I think it's more to the point, I think, kind of true to our mission of kind of being an access institution that promotes like learning for a population of students, again, for whom higher ed, like the big higher ed, was not intended to ever serve. So I think it makes us more accessible. I don't know that it's going to ever be a big recruitment driver.
No, I mean, we've shared it widely with our high school counselor partners. As far as students, though, it's this interesting thing where students in high school, regardless of their current GPA, think they are going to be stellar students in college. So it's frankly not something that's factoring into their decisions. But we, again, have let our high school counselor partners know because they inform a lot more students than we do.
Thank you.
The only thing I was, as you're talking about building your plans and your internal structure, we as trustees are often wondering, how do we support Western, right? What are ways we can help? And this seems like potentially a way that we could help. So as you're building those structures, think about ways that we as trustees can help you in those areas. And we had the tribe sponsored a college and career fair a couple weeks ago, and you have been incredibly busy this year, and they weren't able to come. And I was like, oh, if I'd have known that, I would have sat at a table. I would have passed out little information. And so I think that, like, how do I know that, or how do I figure out how to help you, whether it's an event in Willamette, Chardon, Grand Ronde, even McMinnville, that I might already be attending. So you can't be everywhere. You have a small team. You have a ton of activities. So just kind of think about that as you're building your structures, how we might be able to engage in some of that work with you.
For sure. And I'll say too, part of one of the we've expanded work with some of our community-based organizations in the state, and one of those is the Legacy Success Project that does a lot of work trying to create college and career opportunities for rural and tribal communities, and they're brand new. I think they've literally just kind of launched. And so this is not true of Grand Ronde, which is in our backyard, and we should be there, but Malheur County is really hard for us to get down to, and those students matter, and we want to have a presence for them. So some of that pieces, I say outsourcing, but it's actually a very mission-aligned partnership with a community-based organization that is, I would not put in the same bucket as like our partnership with EAB, if that makes sense. So I think those partnerships will be increasingly important, and I'll kind of
Yeah, and I would just say, if you know of things happening in the community, you can always send them to us. As Paige mentioned, it's a really high turnover field, and often what happens is, someone gets on an invite list for years, and then that person isn't here, and so we miss it, which is so unfortunate. And high school counselors are like some of the most overworked and busy people, so I don't expect them to, keep their listservs up to date with who our current contacts are. So please send us any events or things you think that Western should be at, and
I think they actually did respond. You responded and just said you had a conflict that day and weren't going to be able to make it.
Oh, I think it was our fall preview day, actually.
Yeah, and so I think that I didn't know you weren't going to be there till I showed up at the event, and there were, so I was like, so for me, I'm like, how do I make that connection? So I could have made myself available to you to help with that.
Well, which we so appreciate. And I think if it had been any other day than our fall preview day where we hosted like 500 students here, I like to think we would have been there.
And you've been there in the past. It was definitely just a conglomeration of dates, and it's through no fault of anyone's. I just would like to help if I can when those situations come up. So
I think the other thing that
maybe I just reach out to you and say, here's my number. Let me know if you can't make it to something.
Yeah, no, please do. We're, again, like I said, we're always open to getting like the feedback and the information. The other thing I think that can be helpful for trustees, particularly alums, is like a lot of students are making a lot of their decisions based on like what they see for themselves post-college. And so I think it's something that can be really helpful is to like for general brand awareness and our enrollment marketing is to highlight some of our incredible alumni. So I think that's another area where Joy's done a tremendous job of building out like an actual process for our academic programs and student support programs and things on campus to submit information where through our CRM, our customer relationship management tool, Slate, so that we can actually like be promoting these very WOU-like things to this larger community or a subset of our kind of prospective students. So that's another kind of thing that I think we should kind of chew on a little bit. And it's something we've talked about too, is really needing to connect like the full life cycle, like students graduate, go do amazing things, and then how do we feed that back into our prospective student pool, if that makes sense? So that's one other area I could see that trustees being helpful with.
Thanks.
Okay, graduate enrollment, and I realize, I feel like we're taking a lot of time, so I'm gonna try to buzz through this, and then, yeah. I wanna start here, just graduate enrollment. We'll talk a little bit about the ways in which it's the same as and also different than undergraduate enrollment and recruitment. I just wanna give a sense of what we're actually talking about when we say graduate enrollment. So this is our current graduate enrollment at Census by kind of program. There's a few caveats here. Certificates and endorsements, like that's a fairly large bucket of students relatively. That's across a lot of different programs. But these are very specific, program specific, and that is a way in which undergraduate recruitment and enrollment differs a lot from graduate. Probably the key difference is that graduate students are typically looking for a specific program, not like the feel of a campus or a place that has a lot of their academic interests or et cetera, et cetera. It's very much driven by their academic interest. And then the head count in grad is just more volatile. If I should have put that slide in from the beginning, we have 470 graduate students total compared to like 3,000 and something undergrads. So shifts in numbers are going to be bigger shifts in percentages, if that makes sense. But what I think is maybe more interesting in the picture here, we had like a huge spike in graduate enrollment in fall 23. I think we were up like 15, 19% or something. Our FTE went up, but it wasn't a like massive shift. So you can kind of see like headcount versus FTE here. Our graduate students tend to, many of them are not taking a full load of courses. Many of them are working adults. Many of them are taking a few classes, and then like that's all they really came for is this certificate or this endorsement. And so I think this kind of illustrates why our graduate enrollment is a little bit trickier to predict because all the programs are different lengths. So you don't have that kind of like 4-year cycle that you tend to lean on with undergrads, 4 to 6 year and beyond in our case. And then it's smaller programmatic changes can really shift the entire program. And we don't have that many graduate programs, so big or little shifts in certain areas can have big implications one way or the other. Yeah. Another way to think about this, I think kind of the inverse, is your FTE is kind of like your full-time equivalent. So thinking about the average number of credits that a graduate student is taking is another way to kind of illustrate a little bit of that volatility. So if you look at here, like fall 23 headcount is like, whoa, through the roof. But when you look at the average credit hours per graduate student, fall 23 it actually dropped. I think a lot of the growth in fall 23 is attributed to some short-term contracts we had with some of the K-12 districts. And then I think a lot of those expired, or I think there were massive budget cuts across the board. Like, I think there's a lot of, that's a really good example of how a market force is going to greatly impact a particular program and at some of our larger programs. So fall 25, our headcount is down for grad, and our FTE is down year over year, but our actual average credit hour per grad student is like slightly up, which I find interesting, but probably speaks to some of our programmatic offerings, like our OTD, our occupational therapy doctorate students it's a cohort program and they take a full course load every term. So there's probably some of that wrapped up in there too. Key differences in graduate enrollment. Undergraduate enrollment, there's like a fairly predictable funnel. So it's like, you start to do brand awareness in like sophomore, junior year, senior year, you're encouraging them to apply, you're encouraging them to visit campus, and before senior year too. And then like in fall, they're typically applying. Like we probably have over half of at least the applications we will receive, we've already received at this point. Graduate enrollment is a lot wider and a lot longer of a funnel. And so a student might be kind of in your like CRM for like 2 or 3 years before they're finally like, okay, I'm at a good spot in my life right now to do this thing. So the nurturing of those leads has to be done with a lot of intention, and it needs to be very hyper personalized because you're not selling a campus to them, particularly for us, where most of our grad programs are online. You're selling an academic program. So motivations and circumstances are very different. Part of the reason that funnel is so unpredictable is because, like, not that our students who are like traditional college age, don't have complex lives, but a lot of our graduate students are working full-time, have families, have small children, are caretaking, are like part of the sandwich generation where they're like caretaking for their parents and their small children. Like there's just different circumstances around that. And then graduate students and those who are kind of like considering graduate degrees are much more ROI focused than the undergraduate population tends to be. That's not to say, I actually read this study recently that showed a survey of like graduate enrollment managers and their impression of what was most important to graduate students and versus what the graduate students themselves said was most important. And it was really interesting because they were, as you might expect, it was like return on investment, career advancement, very concrete, tangible things were rated really high by the universities, but then the students themselves were reporting like sense of purpose and like fulfilling like interests, and so I think there's a mix there, right? And I don't think we can make any assumptions. But what I will say is, again, the key difference in grad and undergrad enrollment is undergraduate recruitment and enrollment, and there's always exceptions to this, of the student who knows exactly what they want to do from day one, but it tends to be more focused on the holistic experience a student can expect to have, not a specific major, whereas our graduate program recruitment is almost exclusively major specific. And in fact, I would argue for a graduate student making an investment in their future, if they're like, I'm torn between 5 different fields of study, like they probably aren't ready to be in graduate school because they're still exploring, which is good, and goes back to that funnel. What I will say in terms of strategies, and I'll perhaps back up here a second. So grad programs, I've only worked with grad programs for, 6-8 months. It hasn't been that long. We recently had a lot of turnover in this area, so there are 0 staff in graduate programs right now, which is its own set of challenges, and I think speaks to one of the points earlier around building sustainable teams so that when there is a departure, the entire thing doesn't collapse. And our graduate, it is still happening. We are hiring. We got this, and I don't ever want us to be in this position again where there's one staff member who's turned over and our entire graduate enrollment strategy is like gone with that person. So yeah, pros and cons. The pro here is that anytime you have like a completely empty unit, you get to really reimagine what it looks like. So our graduate recruitment, like the enrollment management functions of graduate studies, has been reorganized under Joy's area. There's a lot of reasons for this. There's economies of scale. We have a very strong Slate team on our undergraduate side. Our graduate recruitment efforts use Slate, but it's a different instance, and it has not been built out nearly to the point that our undergraduate Slate instance has been built out. So I think there's some models for us to work with really well. But at the end of the day, I think what we're really trying to embrace is similar strategies on the graduate side as we have the undergraduate side, which is how do we be data informed? Where do we put our resources? And this is even more important on the graduate side because our budget for graduate enrollment is very, very small. How do we maximize those resources in a way that makes sense for enrollment impact? But beyond that, like the big picture of trying to build like a sustainable recruitment arm, a lot of the strategies look really similar. It's pricing and scholarships. Are we competitive? If OSU just launched the exact same program as us, are we cheaper? Like, communications are key, and that's an area I think that we have a lot of growth to do, is building out comm streams and really getting in the inboxes and of our prospective graduate students, more so than the undergrad side relies so much on strong collaborations, but this is even more true on the graduate side, like collaborations between the academic programs themselves and the enrollment professionals who are getting students through this funnel is really important. And then most important and kind of the cornerstone of reimagining graduate recruitment is ensuring that our graduate students once here have a very supportive experience. Adult learners in general do not put up with the same shenanigans that our 18 to 21-year-olds will put up with. Like if they have to hunt down an answer, they're done, and they should be. Like they don't have time for that. Not that our 18 to 21-year-old too. So that's again a cornerstone of our undergraduate strategic plan too, is making enrollment not hard. We want to make everything like not hard to do. So all that to say, graduate recruitment, we are just now unpacking what has been the prevailing strategy for like decades, and trying to kind of rebuild something that can be a little bit more responsive, similar to what we've seen on the undergraduate side. But it will take us some time, and first things first, we're gonna hire some people to help do this work, which will be really great. I will just say one more thing about grad enrollment. I was gonna include a slide and then I ran out of time. The graduate market, unlike the undergraduate market, in the last, like between 1990 and today, or 2021, I think, the data's between that time, the graduate market increased about 3.5%. So compare that with our undergraduate population, like it's actually a growing addressable market. In the next, like, 5 years though, it's projected to grow about 1.5%. So there's maybe some more room there, and I'm, eternally optimistic that it's not a huge booming market full, like it's still going to be a very competitive space, and we have to kind of be on top of our game. And that includes both our enrollment operations and like making sure that our programs are, again, offering a good like return on investment for the students who choose to do them. Yeah, that's all we got, but we're happy to take more questions.
Graduate program capacity. So I was just looking at the numbers. So what I'm seeing is like special ed, master's in ed, and then master's in the art of teaching, right? For those the MAP, MSED. So that represents 220 of our 300 students, right? What is our capacity within those programs? How much?
That's a great question. I actually don't know, and that's a really good example of like, and again, the director of graduate programs left like literally a month ago, so this is all fresh. That would be like a great example of like that collaboration piece is really, really strong, because the program is going to determine that. Like there might be licensure thing, like for example, like an accreditation pressure, like you might have a cohort of this many students to faculty, so we're limited by that. So every program, I think, everything in grad enrollment comes down to like, it depends on the program, which makes it a little more nuanced and a little more time intensive. Yeah.
How do you see that concentration? I mean, we are the teacher school, so it's like, okay.
Yeah.
220 out of 300.
Yeah.
Okay.
How big have the alliances become between Western and other like community colleges in the region? And do you have any hopes to like expand those particular partnerships? Because a lot of students end up going to those for like 2 years, and then they're like, all right, I'm ready for the jump. Do you have partnerships with them? And if so, like, what are they, and what are the other ones that you're kind of targeting?
Yeah, I can start.
Yeah.
So Chemeketa is, by far our largest feeder. After that, it's Lynn Benton and then Portland Community College, but those numbers are pretty small, honestly, compared to Chemeketa. And this is something we've been building up over the last couple years. Last year was our first time in a while, to my understanding, having a regular presence in the community colleges. So we actually have a staff member at Chemeketa 3 days a week. She has an office there. She's communicating out, regularly meeting with community college students, and then going to the other campuses as well. Paige also has done a lot of work on some transfer guides, so helping our transfer students understand the pathways to take, and we've just been building up capacity and knowledge on our team of doing that. We've started offering unofficial transcript evaluations, for example, to students, because our transfer students, it's interesting, they yield at a super high rate. It's about 70%, and so we're trying to build out the top of the funnel, because we can't really acquire names in the same way for inquiries as we can for first year students. And so it's actually kind of flipped, where the on the ground recruitment right now is kind of the most important part. And yeah, anything to add to that?
Yeah, no, that was very comprehensive. The transfer, I would just say in general, the questions transfer students tend to ask are like, how are my credits going to transfer? So they kind of straddle the space between undergraduate, like true freshman recruitment, and graduate student recruitment, where they're very invested in identify with an academic major typically. And so I would say one other thing that I think Joy's doing a really great job of is the team is building out some more major specific comms and like letters when they're admitted that reflect like a note from faculty in that area, and like, playing into the idea that our transfer students want to feel like they belong as part of an academic community in a way that like our freshmen do too, but our transfers are already halfway there. They typically know what they're studying. They don't typically change their major too much.
Yeah, and then I'd just add too, something that's a challenge is we know that when students out of high school choose not to come to WOU, a lot of them go to Chemeketa, for example. They don't often tell us that, and so I'm having a hard time, and I'm really trying to figure out a way to operationalize, like, if a student doesn't come to WOU out of high school, but they go to Chemeketa, we still see that as a win, right? And we want to create a really streamlined pathway for them to then come here, and it means us keeping in contact with them for the next 2 years. And so part of having a recruiter actually at the campus is helping us do that, but it's particularly hard when they don't tell us what they're doing when they don't come to WOU. So we're trying to work through operationalizing that too.
Do we have a relationship like strongly with the Oregon Promise program? And the reason why I'm talking about that community college. So when my daughter went through the process, a lot of her friends went to community college with Oregon Promise, get 102 level classes free, and then the plans go to a 4-year.
Yeah, the mileage may vary. Sorry, I shouldn't be glib about it. Yeah, we are not beneficiaries of any Oregon Promise that is solely at the community college level. So where we might benefit from it is like downstream, students transferring out.
Well, that's the point, is that it's basically planting the seed of, hey, you get really cheap 102 level classes, and then this will reach the finish line.
Yeah.
That recruiting process.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's kind of what we're trying to think through, how to operationalize. Like if a student applies and is admitted to Western and then ends up at Chemeketa, how do we identify them and then message that to them? And I think we can get creative around that. I think some of the challenge is like something like 80-something% of, this is national data, so this is not speaking to Oregon or even our territory, but 80-something% of transfer students or students who attend a community college intend to transfer, but national transfer out rates are actually like closer to like less than 20%. So a lot of the students who go through the community college system don't actually ever get to that point that they are transferring. So I think there's a lot of partnership there that needs to happen. And there's a lot of reasons for that. It's very multifaceted and a very complex problem that we've pondered for many decades. But I mean, if I could ask one thing of the legislature, it would be like allow students to use Oregon Promise at our regional publics. I mean, there's a lot of things actually, but.
And what I would say is that data, what you just said, is very consistent with the Oregon Promise numbers, is that folks who go and access the Oregon Promise at the community college level, very, very few of them actually transfer to a 4-year. 18%.
Hey, I was almost spot on.
That's why I was like, whoa.
Well, okay, so how many students, if we even know, are in the Oregon Promise, taking advantage of the Oregon Promise program?
Get that data.
All I'm saying is like how many fish are in that pond? So if we can get 10% of that 18% that goes through, and that increases our enrollment by 500, game on. It's just fishing where there's fish. So we have limited resources.
Yeah.
And if you have students that have interest in higher ed, and then they have that, and they're Oregon, again, our target audience, if we can somehow get those hooks into them and, join the pack.
Yeah, and it's a really critical population. And we didn't talk about this too much, but the national trends, and this is true in Oregon too, a lot of students are preferring to go to large state schools, and they also have much larger budgets. The transfer, office at OSU has 25 people in it, and our transfer office, Joy was talking about the transfer guides, that's just me in my spare time. So that's not to say it's not important. It is to say we don't have a transfer specific office, and we do actually, I think, a better job of serving our transfer students than some of our other schools in the state when you look at three-year transfer rates.
She said she'll recruit. It's fine. Everything's fine.
But it is to say, it's similar to the high school side. I guess the point I'm trying to make, similar to the high school side, the transfer market is also extremely competitive, particularly in Oregon, because, and I think it's probably going to get a little more competitive. There's, in the past, one of our large flagship institutions has shown zero interest in transfer populations, and that narrative is shifting.
Sure.
Yeah.
So-
But pros, I think, sorry, really quickly, I just want to reiterate, like, we have, I think, the highest transfer graduation rate of any Oregon public. That's true also, like, I think that is still true this year. I think we're much more generous with our transfer credits than a lot of other institutions, and I think we have a lot of room for this space to be competitive in. I just don't want to oversell it as like, oh yeah, we'll just go after the community college students, because it is also a tricky market. Yeah.
So I just wanted to say something to put on the trustees' radar in case you're not aware. And I know Angela probably wants to move us along, but we're in a very competitive environment. We've talked about that a lot. But the community colleges are ramping up their own competitive landscape by developing 4-year degrees and making an argument in the state that other schools aren't fulfilling these needs. So we'll see where that goes, but the one that is on the radar right now is 4-year teaching degrees at community colleges. And part of the argument they make is that the Oregon Promise is here, or the students don't want to transfer to the regionals. They're making lots of arguments that we refute, and we must, for many reasons, refute this, but it also makes the regionals in particular look like we're just really anti-community college and we're so terrible, like we're the ones who are being greedy about students and all this, when they're standing up degrees and when we have capacity to train those students at the schools in Oregon. And so there'll be more conversations about that, but I just want the trustees to know there's a different kind of competition on the horizon. And they won't stop at teaching degrees.
Cannot wait for lobby day. Let's go.
Can I say one thing really quick before we move on? I just want to thank Joy and Paige's teams, because they've been doing a lot of campus public addresses and sharing all of this information with faculty and staff. And it has helped me do my job, and I spoke with a lot of department heads, and they echo that as well. So understanding class sizes, how it's impacting things down the road, the role that we play when we get asked for like, hey, send a letter to transfers. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing, but it helps us to make sense of all of the changes and the things that we're being asked to do. So it's been invaluable. So thank you for spending the time doing it for our faculty. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. There's a lot to take in, so appreciate it.
A lot of success.
Yes. All right, and we're going to move into, since we already did the Finance and Administration Committee, we're going to move to Academic, Athletics, and Student Affairs Committee. Trustee and the chair of that committee, Leah Mitchell, wasn't able to be here today, so I'm going to give a brief overview of some of the things that she shared for me to share with all of you. The student-centric initiative at Western, at WOU here, making that more student-centered and equitable through OER, is that right? Open Educational Resource. So statewide OER grants at Western Oregon University since 2015 have saved 3,586 students an estimated $651,628. So definitely a significant resource for students. And then students at WOU are estimated to have saved $2,301,000 in courses with no cost, low cost schedule designation from just 23 to 25. So very helpful report and support for students. Online learning at WOU, in alignment with President Peters' vision and the board's as well, I would say, that by the end of winter term, each academic unit will be asked to identify courses that will be designated for regular online delivery. And this is not an attempt to eliminate online education at WOU, but instead a means to better understand how our current offerings are meeting student needs and aligning things with our strategic plan and mission. Graduate studies restructuring, I think we've heard a lot about graduate studies, so I don't necessarily need to spend a ton of time on that, but implementing a comprehensive student-centered model, integrating admissions, academic quality oversight and access advising. So they're working on that. There was some report out at the meeting. And implementing Scholarly, prioritizing efficiency through the adoption of Scholarly software, which will streamline curriculum review, research management, and accreditation reporting, reducing administrative burdens, and improving fiscal stewardship. The goal is to fully launch Scholarly by summer of 2026. She had some numbers here, which actually I think President Peters already shared in terms of athletics, total student athletes, athletic achievements, football, tiered first, second in the LSC. Men's soccer, first in the GNAC, qualified for the national tournament. Women were third in the GNAC, and they have qualified as well, right? I thought I saw, yes, first time ever. So yeah, I was very excited. I was hoping I read that right. Social media statistics for WOU's main accounts. Instagram, we have 3.23 million views. And Facebook, we have 355,583 views. So it's getting out there.
Yeah, it's in athletics. That's for the
Oh, in just athletics.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then there was some reports from Student Affairs. They reported significant progress across the 4 key areas: student success, transformational diversity, institutional sustainability, and community strength, which, as a reminder, is the strategic plan pillars. A few highlights from those: student success. I think actually President Peters might have touched on some of these already with the PAC Connect, transformational diversity. The division celebrated the official opening of the new Mosaic Center here in Warner University. Crucial to institutional stability was the successful renewal of major funding, including a $960,000 preschool promise grant for the Child Development Center and renewed HEC funding for Abbey's House. And finally, community strength was enhanced through expanded support systems, notably Abbey's House securing over 2,000 pounds of donated food via community partners and Veterans Resource Center, increasing its served population to 115 student veterans and family members. So I think those were the highlights that Trustee Mitchell asked me to share out. And you can ask questions that Evan will write down and I will not have answers for. Anything to carry back to Trustee Mitchell? All right. Then I'm going to move right into the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Committee and turn it over to Chair Jerry Andrews.
Thank you, Chair. So we did hold our meeting this last October, and I wanted to thank, I know some of our trustees, our newer trustees that are a part of our committee were not present, and just wanted to welcome Trustee Winkler and also Trustee Vice Chair Nelsestjune. So welcome to the committee. Looking forward to working with you folks moving forward. During our meeting, we also had a quick presentation by Dominique in regards to our equity assessment and action plan, which we're going to do a little bit of a deeper dive here. And then we quickly touched upon our climate survey and where we're at with some of those and some recommendations. As a part of our retreat, when we had a quick meeting, as a committee, we decided that we wanted to have different groups come present to our committee so that we could get more of a well-rounded view of how our community here at Western functions. And we kicked it off by having Abbey's House come present. And I love all of the shout outs, all the awesome data that we've all been sharing through everything that they do here in supporting our student needs. You know, a lot of the times we simplify when we say basic needs, and we were able to get a deeper dive into what exactly does that mean and how does that affect our students. Most of us instantly think of, you know, oh, it might just be food insecurity, it might be transportation. They do a lot of services, and I won't take up a lot of time, but they actually have a basic needs wheel of all the different aspects of how they support our students here on campus when it comes to basic needs. Maria, I believe, is the coordinator who presented on that behalf, and just so intrigued in everything that they're doing. Some of the services that they do, like I said, is basic needs. We also got a presentation by Kaylee in regards to our survivor support and what that entails here on campus and some of those needs. Kristen spoke a little bit about the educational programming and also a partnership with the Stonewall Center. The Stonewall Center, really cool, provides resources and support for advocacy for our LGBTQIA+ community here at Western. So great presentation. I'm looking forward to the next one that we have at our next meeting. But I will turn it over to Dominique so she could do a deeper dive in regards to our equity assessment and action plan.
Thank you. So I will try to be brief because I know we have other things to do today. So in order to kind of catch everyone up, which way do I need to go? Okay. Because I know there are some new trustees, so I will be as quick as possible to level set to how we got to this moment that we're in right now. So for those who may not know, I started in summer 2022, and my first charge from the board, DEIAC, was to engage in an equity assessment for the university. And now we are here almost 3.5 years later, having completed our 2.5-year equity assessment. So just a very brief overview. Between fall 22 and spring 24, we engaged in the first 3 phases of the equity assessment. First phase was a qualitative assessment with focus groups, one-on-one meetings, really gave a contextualized picture of the differentiation between how maybe the board views the university, cabinet and senior leadership view the university, and how faculty and staff and students view the university. Then we did a review of student-related policy, procedures, and practices, and employee-related policy, procedures, and practices. We received a report after each phase, and that is how the first version of the equity assessment team developed our first version of the equity assessment action plan, which we started implementing in fall 2024. In addition to that, we also then, in fall 2024, engaged in the Howl for Change climate survey. We didn't have history of anytime recent, having done a full-scale climate survey for all employees, students. And so we engaged in this survey. We then took the data from that. I circled a new equity assessment team together, really trying to include throughout this process in the first equity assessment team, the climate survey team, and then the second equity assessment team, how many different voices we could get at the table, never having the exact same makeup of those groups. And so that's how we kind of are where we are today. We engaged in the first version of the action plan over the 23-24 year, continued last year, and then now head into this new year. What I will say is when we were first engaging in the equity assessment, we also were engaging in our strategic planning process. And so when we first developed the action plan, luckily Judy Silva was on the team with us, and we were doing the best we could to align the action plan with what the strategic plan might be, because we didn't yet have it, but we saw some themes and things developing. And you will not be surprised that this new version of the equity assessment team, when they went back and looked over everything, it perfectly aligned with the strategic plan in all the ways that we had planned. So you will notice in the docket that you have several items. One is the full current equity assessment action plan for this year, and that includes new initiatives that I'll discuss in just a moment. And then you'll also see a document that really highlights the 2023 through 2025 kind of quote-unquote completed initiatives, which I will highlight as well. Some differences you may notice for those of you who have been with us for longer. There's now an SP and for strategic plan with a goal attached to each initiative. So that way you can see that clear alignment with the strategic plan. And you'll also see some updates in regard to things like accountability leaders, things like that, because for example, when we first launched the equity assessment, KV had not yet started with us, and so now he's an accountability leader. And so there's some changes like that throughout the plan. So I wanted to highlight just a few initiatives. Clearly I don't know how to use this, so I forgot about this slide. But anyway, so where we are today is the new equity assessment team suggested recommendations that were shared with the board in the June 2025 docket. Senior leadership reviewed those recommendations. Unlike the first time around, we decided not to commit to everything.
So the first time we did this, we received so many recommendations, and we were incredibly ambitious in all the ways that I appreciate about us, and in a shocking way, and we said yes to almost everything. This time, we recognize that there's been a lot of great work happening over the last couple of years, and we have to get better about saying this is what we're going to keep doing and maybe what we're not going to do right now, or we're not going to commit to in this way right now. So we as senior leadership chose to move 6 recommendations forward, which I'll share those with you. And like I said, they're in the docket. And then so that's what you all have in your docket today. And then we'll of course continue our quarterly updates with y'all. So complete initiatives are listed as complete because we don't really see anything ever as complete. They're more kind of in maintenance status where we check in on them occasionally. And of course things, so I selected just 3 to share with you. And kind of the reason why I selected these 3 was because there was some data and folks could get me things pretty quickly. And as we've already talked about, one of the initiatives in the equity assessment was to join the Common App, which Joy and Paige just highlighted. And while Paige, I'll quote you to yourself right now. While Paige said she felt the data really is showing that, it was positive for us to go to the Common App, we of course have not been doing this long enough to see any direct kind of like this is exactly correlated or this is exactly caused by this or something else. So this fall recruitment cycle was the first time that we had fully done a recruitment cycle for fall 2025. For this fall entering class, while Paige highlighted a lot of what's going on, we had 55% of completed applicants that were submitted through the Common App. 60% of those students were admitted, and 37 confirmed students applied. Yeah, I think I read something there wrong. But anyway, I just copied and pasted, so I don't know. It's fine. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We had great, and there were some other things that we noticed heading into this year. Like one of the new points for the first year class was that we had like 30% Hispanic Latina students, and was it like 41+% are Pell eligible, and then first gen is about 50+%. 56, yeah. 56%. So we're seeing a great diversity amongst our students in this new, as Paige showed earlier, this larger incoming class. Then another area that I thought I would highlight is one of the areas from academic affairs, which was the library's equipment borrowing system. There was narrative out that what we learned from our data was that students didn't have access to necessarily all the equipment that they needed, and our borrowing system in the library was running out of equipment within the first week to 2 weeks of terms. And so what could we do about that? Provost Cole and Tom Litterer from UCS worked together to restore some found items from like COVID time, so that we could double our equipment borrowing system. So the library was able to develop some principles established for that, where folks would be prioritized in terms of need. So like kind of folks who receive Pell eligibility and Oregon Opportunity eligibility. So the previous update was just a few weeks after the rollout. So that way since then there's been additional outreach, that kind of thing. And this year when we received this data, we had not yet run out of equipment. So we feel like we have been able to kind of offset that concern to the point where, while yes, we still have the priority eligibility, we have also been able to give out equipment to folks who didn't necessarily meet the priority eligibility. And then another area, again, that we would not say we have all the answers to yet, but one of the areas that Paige led some work around, in addition to many others, was to shift our tuition hold. What that means is it was like how much a student could have as a balance on their account in order to register. There was kind of a formula to it that wasn't easy to understand, so we had tasked folks with looking at that and seeing if we could potentially set a dollar amount instead of working with a 2/3 hold. And so Paige and folks led an initiative to establish a new threshold policy that was adopted and operationalized in spring 2025 in advance of the fall 2025 registration. That hold amount now is $2,500. And so while we can obviously not say, because it's so new, exact impact, we can confirm that it at least has not had negative impact at this time. So we're kind of doing that. Those were just 3, like I said, that I had some data I could share pretty quickly on. But we're kind of doing that kind of check-in with completed initiatives to make sure that, just because it's finished doesn't mean like the work is finished, and if we need to reevaluate and maybe it's not as successful as we planned, that we do check back in as needed. So then a few in progress initiatives, so you can see some of the work that we're doing right now. And again, these are all tied, as you'll see in parentheses, to how they fit in with the strategic plan. So for example, with the accessibility area, Emily Herb from Human Resources has been leading an effort of access at WOU with a great number of university stakeholders from all across campus. This effort has really focused on accessibility for the whole university. However, if this group does not yet know, the Americans with Disabilities Act, there is an amendment around digital accessibility that we are required to be prepared to implement by April 2026. So this group has really led the effort for that, with the University Technology and Advisory Committee drafting our university's first digital accessibility policy. And then this working group was able to shepherd that through cabinet and public comment, and now presidential approval, so we can begin the implementation on that. There are so many subcommittees involved in this group where we're working on how to actually develop procedures and implementation plans, including training and professional development for faculty, staff, and students. So heavy lift that Emily is leading for us, but such great community efforts across our campus. Another area that we actually just got presented on at Cabinet this week, and very excited about this, and it might seem like an odd one to share, but establishing credit and debit card access for all university services. I remember when I started here 3.5 years ago being surprised that somehow we couldn't use a credit or debit card everywhere. And also that we were told very often like we couldn't figure that out. And so when we built this into the Equity Assessment Action Plan, I was very excited to see where folks would figure out to take us. And we have been so lucky that we have this great community that is trying to break down silos that have maybe never broken down before, and led by work of folks like Ashley Schomburg, to really partner across the university to bring this to light. So we have officially purchased a payment software called Transact to support this initiative and better support our community. Implementation has already started and is ongoing, with student payment system expected to go online this mid-December. This will give students the ability to pay their bill and share their bill with others, such as their parents, to make payments. And in time, it will also be like, let's say you're a parent who has students at multiple schools, you can pay from the same place, so you can do everything at one time. Next part will be to include areas like payment plans for students, e-refunds, 1098 tax forms. So really this effort is working to consolidate services and make our systems easier and more efficient for students, families, and our community to use. It's also going to integrate into our systems like Banner and Slate, and other institutions use it as well. They're also working with folks in dining, housing, recreational activities. This has really become a full university effort, and that's incredibly exciting to see after kind of that initial, oh my gosh, what are we going to do and how do we make this happen, when the Treasury is not very excited about us making this happen and that kind of thing. So it's really exciting to see that starting to go live. Then just a random kind of one to share, because we haven't talked about it necessarily before, is the Student Affairs area was charged with reviewing and revising the Code of Student Responsibility and disciplinary procedures to shift to a more restorative justice framework, so thinking less punitively. And so student conduct, the Dean of Students and other stakeholders participated in training during summer 2025 related to restorative justice theory and practice. And then during this academic year, they've begun some restorative justice practices, so that way they can kind of test out for broader implementation in the next academic year for 26 to 27. And then the last thing I'll highlight for y'all today are the 6 new initiatives that we have chosen to take on from the most recent equity assessment team's recommendations. I also want to say that this equity assessment team, because the strategic plan was already developed, because we already had an action plan, it meant they kind of got to learn more and seek out more information, and they were really great at kind of assessing the community and bringing folks in like Abby's House, like counseling services, to really learn, recognizing that they were not the experts, but they were taking all this data and trying to interpret it for us. And so they really were also very thoughtful in, for example, like there were concerns around dining, but this group learned about all these differences that dining had made in the last year, and so they were like, we're not going to make recommendations for dining. Let's see how some of that develops before we ask them to do even more. So this team just was very thoughtful, and I was very thankful for them in the winter and spring last year, as I have been for everyone working on this. So one of the areas was, of course, some concerns around athletics. So we'll be adding 2 student representatives to the athletic advisory committee, and now that the conversation for that committee has shifted from the assessment that they were doing about potentially switching out of the NCAA, they'll move more toward a student-focused kind of forward-thinking move. We're also going to increase access to and communication around needs for our students. So this is going to be more work around Abby's House, really working with the foundation and some other partners to make sure that we're better able to meet students' basic needs. We are going to work on an effort to reinstate a health promotions program. We see that even as our enrollment has declined, the need for mental health resources has increased, and so really working to navigate some of those efforts. We're going to work through updating and more clarity around some of our reporting and education and prevention procedures. We are going to assess university-wide recognition programs and how we move forward with those. And then we're going to also conduct an assessment of parking. Parking has been seen as a barrier both for community as well as some faculty, staff, and others. And so we're going to do an assessment on kind of cost analysis, ROI, those kind of things, and figure out where are we potentially creating barriers for ourselves, where can we break some things down, and what changes may we want to make moving forward. And then the last thing is just what's next. So everyone's going to continue great work. We have many members of senior leadership who shepherd all of this work forward, and I just kind of bring it all together, and I know that they don't love that I remind them all the time to give me updates, but they do. And then, we need to address both opportunities and challenges. So for example, we have seen initiatives that start to move forward, but because of the next step, there may be cost issues, things like that, different resource allocation, and so sometimes we don't get to move it as quickly as possible through a process. And so how do we decide, when to continue something, when to potentially discontinue, work through that kind of thing. And then I would say another challenge for us for sure is the fact that, as you all know, we're in an incredibly reactive climate right now for a variety of reasons. And so sometimes it can kind of be hard to stay so proactive in these areas that are not like the emergency right in front of you. And so we're always working to balance that as well. So you all will receive the next plan update, not in this scale of a form. It'll usually just be within your docket in February, and then our plan is for the next climate survey to be fall 2027. Our plan was always to try to start to get on a 3-year rotation of feedback from the community, so that way we have time to implement some of the things that we see and then learn more from our community. Right, that's everything. Questions? I tried to be super quick. I know, I really talked very quickly.
How important do you feel like is DEI to, and maybe this is more a question for Paige, but to the recruiting side of things? What is DEI something that is being utilized in regards to recruiting? Is that one reason why students would come here?
Yes. And to be fair, I say that yes, but also we are seeing that in different events and activities. So for example, I was tabling at an event and someone came up and was like, oh, this is still happening, I can send my kid here. We've actually had those kind of responses from family that are seeing us as still being supportive of the LGBT community, that see us being, we have even faculty and staff who say, oh, I want to come here because you're a Hispanic serving institution. So the fact that people are seeing that embedded in our strategic plan, not necessarily not to discount like the diversity, equity, inclusion office and our specific work, but the fact that our whole strategic plan is embedded with belonging, empowerment, transformational diversity, and access, like people are seeing that. And that is making a difference in who chooses to come here. I would imagine it could also make a difference in who chooses not to come here. I just don't hear those stories.
Yeah, for sure.
But Paige?
Oh yeah, I would just echo that, and I would say admissions is really intentionally tried to, as an HSI, ensure that like our recruiters can speak with families in both English and Spanish. So I think most of our recruitment staff are bilingual. And then a lot of our enrollment marketing materials, like the emphasis is that we're an affordable option for like a diverse community, and that message does really resonate with the students who choose to come here. And I think we saw that in the I Love WOU video yesterday, like it's very community minded. So I know that's not like, sorry, my face was like, I don't know that they're coming because of our like strategic plan, but I do think that these things are self-reinforcing.
Right, it's like because it's embedded in the work, right? Like it's not because we're like kind of the poster children for saying like diversity, equity, and inclusion, but it's because we're trying to like embed it in all of our systems and practices that we're more accessible. Like when we create a new building, we're figuring out like how do we create that building in a more accessible capacity. And so people are feeling that in our community, and that's what makes it, like it's not like the terminology, I guess.
Yeah, that's great.
You know what I mean? Like it's not about the, yes, it is about the words in some ways, but it's not about the words, it's about the work.
Yeah, that's a great way to phrase it. I'm assuming you haven't been approached yet or been under the investigation from the current administration, and if not, yes?
We have not, you're correct.
He's affirming.
Okay.
Yeah, we have not.
And if not, is there any plan to like prevent it? Or are you guys just rolling the dice?
No, I don't say no dice are being rolled, but I think that what I would say is we have very thoughtfully, as different things have developed over the course of the last year-ish, we have paid incredible close attention. We've reviewed like admission practices, scholarship practices. You know, we've kind of made sure that everything that we're doing is in alignment with federal and state law. And so, and as long as we feel that we're moving forward in that way, then we're okay. So I don't think that is rolling the dice. I think about it as like we're being very thoughtful and practical. And like Katie is a really good example of, as she speaks to donors, talking about how to more broadly like share and how do we get funders who aren't like, oh, we'll only fund X, Y, and Z thing in this very specific way. So just being very thoughtful and intentional in how we do things, and also really leaning into how we kind of define diversity in this community, which is so much more complexity than kind of what's being sensationalized in the national landscape. So I would say we're making very well-educated decisions. Like I don't consider that kind of rolling the dice.
Yeah. I think that actually answers the question of what is the plan to reduce the risk if we need to, which is that we're going about having these conversations amongst senior leadership and at every level of the institution to review our scholarship practices, to review our admissions practices, and on, as Dominique covered better than I did. I will add that without going into it too much in this forum, I'll say that we've likely been still a little bit of an outlier of being willing to put our necks out there a little bit more than some comparator institutions.
For what reason though? Like, is it because that's what you just want to stand for, or are you trying to attract students, or what?
It's our mission and values.
It's central to the strategic plan and the mission of the institution.
Yeah. So as you're noting, since it's central to the strategic plan and our mission and whatnot, it is part of what we want to stand for, also part of what we recruit on, as you mentioned when you asked about whether or not we recruit in accordance with these techniques and whatnot and these positions. And so, yes, for those reasons, that's been a part of our plan. And then the plan also, as these issues continue to arise with each passing incident or event that occurs at the federal level, we then review to what degree are we going to respond to it, to what degree will we need to modify or hold the course, so that when the one comes in, that we are concerned, oh my goodness, okay, now the federal administration is getting way more aggressive on this topic. Perhaps now is our opportunity, now is our time that we have to make more of a course correction, or maybe not. But we try to evaluate each individual event as it comes, and we have a structure with Dominique and the president and others to make sure that we're evaluating this as they come along. Is that?
We have lost grants because of DEI language, I think.
Yes, but that's like, yes. So for example, we lost the pro-tactile language grant, which is devastating, because in the narrative of the grant, it talked about that if they needed to recruit employees, they would do everything they could to have a diverse applicant pool. Similarly, we lost is it Bilingual Promise? I can't remember the name of it. Project Promise. Thank you. Which was about like bilingual educators, professional development for bilingual educators, and we lost that for similar narrative of grant.
Well, the appeal is still in process.
Well, sure.
We haven't officially lost.
Likely lost forever.
Choose to be optimistic.
I appreciate the optimism. I don't have that optimism. And that was more about like how they had shaped the narrative. And to be clear, those narratives were developed in a different administration in which they were actually kind of required to respond in that way, and now they're receiving the repercussions because they responded in the way of the previous administration. And that's something that could happen to us at any time, and I think that's something that we've actually talked a lot about, is any time there's a change in federal administration, just like similar to state issues, there are always things that we have to do differently, ways that we have to respond differently. It hasn't always maybe felt so rapid fire as it has this last year, but these are the kinds of things we would expect to happen under any new administration. Kind of like Title IX is actually a great example, where basically Title IX shifts almost with every new administration. So like, for example, the Title IX we're under now is back to this president's first term, even though it had shifted under the previous administration. Now we're back to 2020. And so that's the kind of thing we kind of expect to happen, which means then we have to continue to be reactionary to that. And so we also have to decide, how do we, yes, respond thoughtfully and well and legally to everything that's happening, but not inherently change who we are.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, I think the last thing I'll say is, like, and what I would hope for the university as I'm personally getting more involved is, I like that you said it's more about the work than the words.
Yeah.
That's huge, but during COVID I read the book Nonviolent Communication.
Okay.
And it was, one of the things I took away from that was make decisions not to avoid punishment, and make decisions not to be rewarded, but make decisions because it's the right thing to do. And I think that is what my hope is for the university, because at the end of the day, like, there's so many things that end up getting politically hijacked or sensationalized, as you say.
Yep.
That could end up just causing unnecessary problems for the university if we stand for the wrong thing to try to avoid punishment from a student body or try to avoid punishment from the current administration. And I think that it's, you know, always the best route to just go the route of doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and not get caught up in the actual words of it. And I think that's what I think a lot of universities are going to start standing on it, and it's going to backfire on them.
And I think what you just shared is actually a good representation of why it still matters that we're a Hispanic serving institution, is because, yes, there was this idea that if you become a minority serving institution, there was potential to apply for federal funding. You were never guaranteed that reward. But we as a university were making decisions that were more responsive to the changing demographics of our community, to the needs of our state, to the needs of our region. And so it was so much more than, oh, there's this potential for, in what you just said, like a reward. It was more about, like, how do we actually intentionally serve our students, our community. And then as we're serving our students, they then go and serve our community, right? And so that's why that's still, like, there's people who will say, does that still matter now? And yes, it absolutely matters. It is inherently who we are. We're a serving institution for all of our students. And so that's exactly right.
Thank you. Thank you, Dominic, and thank you, Jerry, for all your work on the committee and the report today and the update. All right, I'm going to move into the report for the Executive Governance and Trustee Committee. Kari and I are going to tag team, so she will be popping on to talk a little bit about this. But we met on October 23rd, and one of the things we did was receive an internal audit update with a summary of some findings from both the HR payroll controls audit and the general voucher controls audit. So. And we learned a lot about auditing yesterday. So thank you for the training. Secretary Source also gave us an update on the appointment process, noting that 4 current trustees, Trustee Jackson, Schwartzler, Vu, and Zook, are being confirmed by the Senate today.
Today. Confirmed. Congratulations.
Made it through?
Applications for prospective trustees to be considered for the February appointments are due on Thursday, November 20th, tomorrow. The campus community can provide feedback for important characteristics they want to see in WOU trustees by going to the board website at www.wou.edu/board, scrolling down and clicking on the link asking for feedback on ideal characteristics. So board members could also fill that out if you're interested. Additionally, the committee debriefed the Board of Trustees retreat. We talked a little bit about things we felt went well. I think the overall sense was that we all felt it was a very good retreat. And then also talking then about what our hopes and dreams are for next year's retreat, just a little. And then finally, we received some very high-level results from the trustees' self-evaluation. I'm going to turn it over to Kari, who's going to capture those for us and give us some feedback.
Kari, before I say something real quick, there's 3 folks in here, our brand new trustees, who didn't get asked to fill out the self-evaluation. That's because you all have been trustees for 2 months, so I didn't want to ask you all the questions. So sorry that you're just finding out about all this, but there's a reason. Go ahead, Kari.
Hi, everyone. First of all, it's so much better to be there in person. I'm sorry I am not, but I cannot sit in the car for an hour and a half right now. I can stand and I can lay down. So thank you for understanding, and I'll see you at the next meeting in person. We are not actually going over the results today, more to say what the process is. Thank you, first of all. Of those that should have responded, we had 100% response rate, unheard of. And I want to give a shout out, as always, to Evan and to Cameron. I know they feel awkward still to bug us about things and remind us about things, but Evan, Cameron, we appreciate it. We appreciate the reminders, the texts, the triple emails that are always so polite. But we did hear from everyone. And we have just gotten Angela and I have gotten a super fast sneak peek that really tells us that once EGTC looks at these results, I think it's actually great because we have things to celebrate and things that will be actionable. So the process is that at the next EGTC meeting, we'll be looking at the results. And again, they were anonymous. And we'll be doing exactly that, like what are the things to celebrate from our perspective as a committee, and what are the things that need some attention. And then EGTC will be sort of brainstorming some designs as solutions. Some of those we might be able to just start without needing further feedback from anyone. Others will bring back to the board, and we'll, of course, we'll give you all a look at the results as well. We want to be completely transparent about that, but we wanted to go to EGTC first. So again, thank you for completing the survey. Thank you to Evan and Cameron for setting it up and reminding us, and to EGTC for their close feedback on making all the items better. What did I miss? Angela, Evan?
Didn't miss anything. Thank you.
Didn't miss a beat. Thank you,
All right.
Corey, and
All right.
take care of yourself.
I'm still here, just not going to show you like me.
All right, I'm going to move on to the public comment then.
All right.
All right, so we're going to move on to our second public comment. Do we have?
We do. Dr. Emily Pleck, come on down.
All right. Do I need to read this? Am I supposed to? Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair Fasana, President Peters, members of the board. My name is Emily Pleck. I'm a faculty member in communication, and also I sponsor and support a program called Fostering Success. I had planned to come here today to tell you about our holiday toy drive, but Jackson Stalley stole my thunder yesterday, and you've already heard about the holiday toy drive. Nonetheless, I am going to pass around a couple of flyers just in case you want to grab that QR code, which goes directly to our Fostering Success webpage. Where you can learn a little bit more about our program and also give financially to the toy drive. All of the proceeds donated to Fostering Success during the months of November and December go directly to the toy drive, and then the rest of the year we fundraise to support ourselves. For those of you who don't already know about Fostering Success, we support students who have foster care experiences. We recruit students who have experienced foster care, who are currently in the foster care system, or who simply interfaced with the system at some point in their lives. Sometimes they're just students who lack family privilege. We also work very hard to support and retain those students and sustain connections to them long after they have left Western Oregon University. In fact, just recently I had a student reach out to me whose faculty, his major was eliminated during the last round of major budget cuts. His faculty have either been laid off or have retired, and he was unable to find anyone to write a letter of recommendation from the university from which he received his degree. I was not in his area of study, but I worked very closely with him in his time there, and he served as an intern in our program. So I was able to write that letter, which is one of the concerns I have as a faculty member about our increasing reliance on non-tenure track faculty. It does create this long-term problem for our graduates who are unable to reach back and find scholars that they have worked with in their time here. Our students in Fostering Success have adverse childhood experiences, they have trauma, they live paycheck to paycheck, they live with uncertainty. In every other way, they're like other Western Oregon University students. They're largely Pell eligible, statistically unlikely to graduate. We serve both Oregonians and out-of-state students, young adults and non-trads, and especially those students who recognize that their foster care experience didn't end when they aged out. It's with them always. Our program provides additional advising, support, outreach, social and emotional support, a sense of community and connection to others who've experienced foster care. We raise money and put together care packages in the fall term, in the spring, around the holidays, holiday gifts such as those that we will purchase with some of the proceeds from our toy drive. The rest go to DHS, Polk Youth Services, and Sable House. And we provide them with honor cords, teal honor cords, when they matriculate to graduation. When we can, we also try to provide financial support. So again, that QR code goes to our website, where if you know someone who happens to be very passionate about foster care, they can also contribute and support our program. We do not receive any funding from the university. So when I go, this program goes, which is why all of you are so important, because you advocate for this university. Your voices reach the legislature and the broader community in the state of Oregon. So you can help us make sure that all of those folks know how important it is to invest in those who too often otherwise end up in the school to prison pipeline instead of the school to Western pipeline, and remain forever dependent on state support well into adulthood, or sadly sometimes on the streets. One of our students actually knows this firsthand because she graduated 2 years ago. I know several of you probably remember Sophie Fashana. She founded our Stitch Closet adjacent to our food pantry here on campus. And she is in the second year of a program called the Next 100, where she is working in New York and Washington, D.C. to pass national and state legislation to improve conditions for youth aging out of foster care. Her research and her legislative work has shown that short-term investments in particularly vulnerable youth, such as those aging out of foster care, result in major long-term payoffs. I've dedicated a big part of my service here at the university to those mathematics of change, and I hope that you can donate just a tiny bit of your treasure to making the holidays brighter for our foster students here and throughout the Polk, Marion, Yamhill, Willamette Valley area this holiday season. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming today.
Ready?
Okay. Yes, I'm going to do this part. Then yours do this part, and then we. Okay. All right. All right. So I think we're on to announcements. So at this part of the meeting, we want to acknowledge that it is Luann Vickers' last board meeting. It seems so odd to have her sitting back there and not up here with us. So come on up.
Come on up.
Come on up one more time. Join us at the table. That is because after 19 years with Western Oregon University, Luann is retiring. She gets to go have fun. Although we will be celebrating Luann this afternoon at 3 o'clock, we wanted to take a moment to honor Luann. And President Peters also had a few words.
Yeah, I have a brief letter to read to you. And also I have a gift, which you already know these things exist, but not everybody does. So I worked with Maureen's team to develop a Western coin that I plan to give to people who have gone above and beyond in our community and done something extra special. So on one side we have our wolf shield, it says we are wolves, and the other side we have the University seal, Campbell Hall, 1856. So I want to present this to Luann, and I want to pass it around so it can kind of pass through all the trustees' hands as a symbolic journey of that coin to you. And while they do that, I want to read this. Luann, I write to thank you for 19 years of dedicated service to Western Oregon University. I can't express how valuable you have been to this institution, to the office of the president, and to me personally. Your dedication to the success of WOU is evident each and every day. Your knowledge, advice, and guidance have benefited many members of our community in countless positive ways. In my opinion, you exemplify the identity of Western Oregon University: kind, collaborative, positive, giving, professional, intelligent, caring, knowledgeable, and student-focused. When I think of a personalized learning community where individuals feel a deep sense of belonging and empowerment, I see you working to make sure that mission is fulfilled. Your mark on WOU is clear, and you will always be a wolf. To that end, I want to inform you that upon your retirement, you will retain the title of Senior Executive Assistant to the President Emeritus. The Western community is proud to have you carry this designation as an emeritus staff member. On behalf of all wolves, thank you for who you are and what you have done here. It will not be forgotten.
But we're not done. There's more. But I'm not going to look at you because I'm already having a hard time. Okay. We have a proclamation honoring Luann Vickers upon her retirement after 19 years of distinguished service by the Western Oregon University Board of Trustees. Whereas Luann Vickers started her career at Western Oregon University in September of 2006 as an office specialist 2 in the Office of Human Resources, where she demonstrated professionalism, warmth, and a strong commitment to serving the campus community. And whereas through her exceptional work ethic and commitment to excellence, Luann advanced within the Office of Human Resources in 2009 to become an HR recruitment and records manager, playing an integral role in shaping the university's hiring and onboarding processes and fostering a welcoming environment for new employees. And whereas over the course of 19 years at WOU, Luann has served Western Oregon University with extraordinary dedication and integrity, culminating in her role as Senior Executive Assistant to the President, which she began in 2013, where she has provided vital leadership, strategic counsel, and unwavering support to the Office of the President and the broader university community. And whereas Luann, throughout her distinguished tenure, has faithfully served under 4 institutional presidents, offering each her insight, stability, professionalism, ensuring the continuity of the university's mission and operations during periods of leadership transition and change, including the dissolution of the Oregon University system, the development of an independent board of trustees, as well as a global pandemic. And whereas, in recognition of her outstanding service and contributions, Luann was honored as the 2024 recipient of the Mario and Alma Castiga Staff Excellence Award, which honors a classified or administrative staff member who demonstrates exceptional dedication and service to the university. And whereas Luann's deep institutional knowledge, thoughtful judgment, kind demeanor, and professionalism have strengthened Western Oregon University's operations, enhanced communication across divisions, and fostered a culture of collaboration, respect, and shared purpose. And whereas Luann has embodied the values, Evan, it's hard not to go on and on. Respect, integrity, and service while acting as a trusted colleague, a mentor, and friend to countless members of the WOU community and board. And whereas Luann concludes her distinguished service and embarks on the well-earned retirement, her legacy of service, excellence, and care will continue to inspire the university she has faithfully served. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Western Oregon University Board of Trustees, on behalf of the entire university community, expresses its deepest appreciation to you, Luann, for your 19 years of exemplary service, leadership, and commitment to the university. And be it further resolved that this proclamation be entered into the official record of the Board of Trustees and presented to you, Luann, as a lasting testament to your extraordinary contributions and your enduring legacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And one more thing. I have a gift for you. And I'm going to take credit. This is not from the tribe. This is from me. I give enough stuff away on behalf of the tribe. I wanted to give one of my own. So, in our tribe, we give special people doing special things gift of blankets. And I will do the thing. And I just happened to pick one out. That's just for you.
Thank you.
So I hope you enjoy it.
That's very special. Thank you.
Thank you, Luann.
It's truly been an honor to serve this board. I remember our first orientation in the library when we were becoming independent, and everybody was trying to figure out what we were going to do, and we found our way. And it's not without all the support throughout the years of all the trustees, some who have stayed on and carried us through some challenging and changing times. But your dedication makes so much difference to our students and our mission and what we can accomplish. So thank you very, very much from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
No one warned me about that. I usually am in on the planning, and this time I was like, I'm going to stay back and let Cameron and Evan run it. I should have known better.
I'm going to give her mine.
I know what a heritage really means, that she has to come back and help us bring that up.
As a volunteer.
Yes, some.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
We'll see you later, probably soon.
Golden thread.
I know, right?
Enough of that.
Back to this.
Okay. All right, now. Any other announcements? Does anybody have anything that can compete with
Yes.
that?
Nothing that can compete, but I do have flyers for tomorrow's Meet the Deans event.
Okay.
I'm going to hand it out to each one of you. If you can make it, we'd love to see you there.
I already RSVP'd.
Thanks. You can still RSVP, so the RSVP is on the sheet.
Let me get to my long sentence that I
That's
need to
it,
read.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, at this point, the board is going to be moving into a meeting in executive session. So this is the formal announcement I need to read. The Western Oregon University Board of Trustees will meet in executive session to discuss the termination of a tenured professor, pending litigation, and the president's performance review. Pursuant to ORS 192.660B, discuss the dismissal brought against employee, staff member, or individual agent. ORS 192.660H, consult with counsel concerning the legal rights and duties of a public body with regard to current litigation. And ORS 192.6602F, to review and evaluate the employment-related performance of the chief executive officer of any public body. Pursuant to ORS 192.6602F and ORS 192.6602I. Representatives of the institutionalized news media are permitted to attend under ORS 192.6604 on the condition that matters discussed in the executive session remain undisclosed. Pursuant to ORS 192.6606, no final action may be or will be taken in the executive session. Chair Fasana, that's me, has asked the following staff members to attend the executive session. Craig Ashford, Desiree Noah, Nathan Sauer, Ryan McGinty, and Evan Source.
So let's just take a 5-minute
Take
break.
a few minutes to allow us to all get
transition.
situated. Thank you.
Oh, Cameron Morris.
Oh, and Cameron Morrison.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
I took off Luann. And
Yeah, we're a tag team.
thank you for saying that.
Just so it's official.
Yes.
For the record, I'm not here.
How do you spell Ryan's last name here?
MCGINTY.
Well, we're going
Did I
to
butcher?
executive session, so that means we're
MCGINTY.
This is where it's really like whatever we want. That's not going to be short. It's no longer.
Well,
I'll get the right
in the
spelling.
record, okay. I was like,
Leave the executive session.
Sorry, Ryan.
Normal
I
adjournment. But this will usually cause